Chapter 2705. The little ancestor is here. The result was no surprise. 2 hours later, when Nine broke through and regained his consciousness, he even seemed to retain memories of his time as Yi Xian's slave. He was a devious one, and had planned to sneak into the engine area and use the Black Mosquito's communication system to send a message to the other 9 bastions. Of course, he couldn't do that. Even if he did go to the engine area and take control of the communication system, he wouldn't be able to send out a signal without Yi Xian's approval. Because the superbrain, which was the main control center of the Black Mosquito Bastion, had been refined by Yi Xian, these little Ming Tang couldn't escape his senses and control. Yi Xian had Li Mosquito act and take control of Wen-9, then planted a 5th-ranked slave seal in him. Everything returned to normal after that. But Yi Xian wasn't in a good mood. Although Wen-9's actions confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions, they weren't good news to begin with. He was going to be busy in the days to come. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the time to figure out how to get rid of this problem. There were too many things to do, and he could only put them aside for the time being and deal with them later. He quickly planted the other 37 4th and 5th-ranked slave seals. For the time being, there wouldn't be any more problems. Barker would also keep a close eye on him. Once he discovered an 8th-ranked slave breaking through to the 9th level, he would report it to Yi Xian. For the time being, this was the only way to deal with it. After settling this matter, Yi Xian gathered Mount Naibua, Li Mosquito, Barker, and the other trusted aides. After giving them such instructions, he left the Black Mosquito Star Fortress and appeared in the void of the Graveyard Star region outside the Star Fortress. It had been more than a month since he'd been captured in the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh at his sudden return. He looked up and saw the Black Death Star. Black Mosquito Bastion hovered behind it, at the edge of the domain's core. It was said that there were a few natural wormholes that were famous in several universes. Through those natural wormholes, one could go to the first universe, the second universe where a large number of races of the Federation lived, and even the vast and boundless nameless star region. Of course, if it was the latter, they would not be able to return. In the first universe and the second universe, natural wormholes had been discovered that were connected to this place. Perhaps there were some in the nameless starfield as well, but they had yet to be discovered. With a thought, Yi Xian raised his hand and stored the Black Mosquito into his body. From the outside, a big fellow with a diameter of 10,000 meters was indeed frightening. However, because the entire Black Mosquito had been refined into a magic treasure by Yi Xian, he could control it as he wished. What's more, it used a lot of mature space-folding technology. Even with Yi Xian's current strength, he could store a large number of demons in the Black Mosquito Bastion with no problem. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to take the Black Mosquito Bastion directly to Sky River. If he did, he'd only need to use a very expensive short-distance warp to save a lot of time. After all, they were at the edge of the domain's core. Even with the Purple Star shuttle speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. However, in that case, it would be tantamount to exposing everything that Yi Xian had done. Although the Black Mosquito Star Fortress was built by the Tianji clan based on the human race's Star Fortress, all of the human race's Star Fortresses had serial numbers. No one in the domain of the graveyard would pay attention to them. If they went near the Sky River planet, the supercomputer in the Sky River planet would scan them, and they would be exposed. So he could only take it with him. As for when they were ambushed, there was nothing he could do. It was different from his current situation. In fact, other than the Black Mosquito Bastion, he didn't even dare take the Lido Mosquito or Mount Naibua with him. These two guys had the same appearance as humans, but it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the interior of Sky River Star. They could not pass the identity scan of Sky River Star's star defense array. It was true that the demons couldn't distinguish them with their naked eyes and divine sense, but the superbrain of the administrative planet had the ability to do so. It was also for this reason that the Demunkin's 10 bastions were only active in the core region of the domain of the Fallen. They wouldn't go near the edge of the domain of the Milky Way. If they were captured and brought back to the Milky Way star system, they would be exposed. After summoning the Purple Star Shuttle, Yi Xian hurried along the way. It took him a full 6 days to finally see the Heavenly River star in front of him. Today, the Heavenly River planet didn't look any different from usual. The only difference was that there seemed to be more Federation powerhouses coming in and out. After all, the commotion caused by the interstellar mercenary brother Yi, whose serial number ended with 8080, 6 days ago, was quite effective in stirring up people's hearts. Over the past few days, countless denizens of the Federation had come from far away. After replenishing their supplies on Sky River, they couldn't wait to enter the domain of the domain. In their opinion, if an interstellar mercenary with a cultivation base of only Star Core State Level 8 could achieve such a feat, what was impossible for them if their luck was slightly better? Yi Xian silently passed through a passage in the star defense array outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and entered the interior of the Heavenly River planet. He then headed straight for the huge platform that was suspended above the sea. That was where the Sky River Federation's business hall was located. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Jun had already issued an order to Heavenly River planet's superbrain. Once Yi Xian returned, he would be notified immediately. The entire administrative planet was under the control of the supercomputer, so it didn't take much effort to do this. As the Sky River planet's manager, Bai Jun had a certain level of authority in front of the supercomputer. In fact, he had the highest authority in the entire Sky River planet. Even Zhao Long couldn't get in touch with the supercomputer. Even so, his authority was limited. At the very least, he couldn't order the supercomputer to activate the domain's defensive array and attack Yi Xian. The people on the heaven, earth, and human roles all had extraordinary status. Once Bai Jun issued such an order, it would be rejected immediately. In fact, the reason why he ordered the supercomputer to monitor Yi Xian's return and send him a message as soon as he arrived on Sky River planet was not like last time. He didn't want to attack Yi Xian. At this moment, Bai Jun was in his own residence. He immediately received a notification from the Sky River Star Space Supercomputer. Chapter 2706. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 10,000 people turn out. Bai Jun was not the only one keeping an eye on Yi Xian. For example, Zhao Long, He Luoying, and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were all in the same group. Zhao Long had no way of contacting Yi Xian's superbrain, but he had subordinates who had seen Yi Xian in person. Therefore, 6 days ago, Zhao Long sent out several people, each with a close-up image of Yi Xian, to guard the entrances of Sky River Star's great defensive formation. They closely watched everyone who entered Sky River Star. One of them was Lucky. The passageway he was guarding was the one that Yi Xian had entered. Overjoyed, this guy immediately notified Zhao Long. He was immediately praised so much that he was about to fly into the sky. He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were even more direct. She then found out that Yi Xian needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Although she did not know why Yi Xian, who was only in the first realm of cultivation, needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid that was only used to enter the 9th realm. But there was one thing she could vaguely guess. The reason Yi Xian had obtained so many Federation contribution points in such a short time was because he wanted to exchange them for the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Because Xianyuan had told Yi Xian that there was a small amount of level 9 gene cultivation fluid in the exchange vault of the Everlasting Dynasty's Federation. Although she did not know how Yi Xian had done all this, she was sure of one thing: once Yi Xian could leave, he would definitely return to Sky River Star to exchange for it. Of course, he could go to other administrative planets, but Sky River Star was the closest. If he relied on a small personal warship to go to other administrative planets, it would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Xianyuan stayed in the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He didn't even bother to visit Master Su, who was dealing with the small black hole in the nearby star field. Of course, another reason why she had stayed on the Sky River star instead of searching for Yi Xian in the domain of the buried meteorites was that she was waiting for the Xianyuan family on the capital star to send her a battle team to compete with her. As for the Purplish Warbler's request to officially start the family sequence competition, the Xianyuan family initially refused and suggested that she should only apply after she had reached the black hole realm. However, the Purplish Warbler insisted and said that she was an old acquaintance of Yi Xian. The Xianyuan family immediately agreed. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian's name was well known even on the capital star. As for He Luoying, he had the same idea as the Purplish Warbler. Although he didn't know that Yi Xian was in urgent need of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, he at least knew that anyone who suddenly had hundreds of millions of Federation contribution points would definitely go to the nearest administrative planet Federation Hall to exchange for them as soon as they had the time. After all, the Federation contribution points were only useful for getting on the Heaven, Earth, and Human lists. They were just a bunch of numbers for fun. It was better to exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources from the Federation. Therefore, He Luoying had been guarding the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He wasn't like Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who didn't dare to attack anyone on the Heaven, Earth, and Human lists. He was originally a space pirate, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as the benefits were enough, it wasn't impossible for him to betray the Wan Luo Federation. Although not all space pirates were like this, He Luoying was undoubtedly one of them with no bottom line. Yi Xian had been to the Federation Hall of Sky River Star twice before, so he was very familiar with this place. After landing on this huge platform, Yi Xian didn't go to any other areas this time. In fact, the treasures he prepared to exchange for this time were only level 9 gene cultivation fluids. He didn't want to exchange for anything else. He didn't even plan to participate in the auction. Why? Because there were still more than 10,000 small boxes piled up in his undying world. To be able to be recognized as valuable by the demon cultivator scouts of the Tianji clan, and only be able to capture and imprison them instead of directly killing them, they were obviously not ordinary people. Each of them took out 70% of their cultivation resources and various treasures. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he would probably be able to find anything he needed from the 10,000 plus small spatial boxes. Of course, the devouring origin was an exception. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to exchange for anything else. He believed that something like the Federation contribution points would be of great use in the future. The Wan Luo Federation wouldn't just take out ordinary treasures to reward him. Perhaps after entering the Earth leaderboard, he would be able to see more treasures available for exchange with his authority. With this in mind, Yi Xian didn't plan to waste his Federation contribution points on ordinary treasures and resources. Apart from exchanging for level 9 gene cultivation fluids, he would save everything else. He headed straight for the Federation Hall of Sky River Star's contribution points exchange area. There were a total of 10 windows in the contribution points exchange area, and there were quite a lot of people. It was also because of this that He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler didn't notice Yi Xian immediately. After all, he had been deliberately keeping a low profile. However, when the line reached Yi Xian, he requested to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids from the beautiful AI robot at the window. After his identity was scanned, Yi Xian's request was displayed on the big screen on the main wall of the Hall of Sky River Star. For a moment, the entire Hall of Sky River Star was in an uproar. Ha! Someone actually wants to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids. What kind of god was this? 10 million points per tube, okay. Is this a joke? It must be a joke. This is something that powerhouses who have reached Black Hole Realm level 9 and want to advance to a higher realm need. Who would have? Oh my god, it's 8080. 8080. It can't be, right? My idol has descended. No wonder. Apart from him, who else would be so generous as to exchange for 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluids? The Wan Luo Federation's official contribution points exchange area, Ku Chen's stock is going to be swept clean by him alone. His Federation contribution points are over 100 million, and he earned that in just a few days. If you have that much, you'd dare to exchange for 10 tubes, let alone 3, move away, move away. Don't block my view. This is my idol. I want to see the voice and smile of the great man up close. As the news of the appearance of Yi Xian's real body spread out, the entire office of the Heavenly River Star Federation immediately emptied out. The other offices were all empty. Everyone was crowding toward the office, so much so that the purplish warbler and his servant could not move forward. Black Luoying, on the other hand, retreated as far away as possible. With coldness in her eyes, she locked onto Yi Xian with her telepathic thoughts. Chapter 2707. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The ultimate trial by Jingjuan's purpose in coming here this time was to resolve the grudge between them. After all, Yi Xian was about to enter the Earth role. Even if he couldn't, he was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. His precious son, who held an important position in the capital, Tianqian planet, couldn't compare to him. Therefore, Bai Jingjun really planned to let go of the grudge between them. He only hoped that Yi Xian wouldn't be so calculative. Therefore, when he hurried over, he almost put down his status as a star manager and spoke in an obvious tone of flattery. Of course, from Bai Jingjuan's point of view, it wasn't shameful to curry favor with a human prodigy who was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. In fact, the other Federation powerhouses also thought the same. They were even more eager than Bai Jingjun. At this moment, as Bai Jingjuan's voice rang out, a large number of valiant guards, who looked like law enforcement officers on Earth, descended from the sky. They pushed and shoved, and very soon, they cleared a space around Yi Xian. The Federation powerhouses, who were pushed to the side, didn't dare to say anything. Their faces were full of helplessness. As the star manager of the Tianhe planet, although Bai Jingjun didn't have military power, he still had an official armed force in charge of administration. These guards were almost all the private soldiers of the Bai family. On the Tianhe planet, they were definitely in existence that no one dared to provoke. Even the purplish warbler was blocked out of the crowd. Although she was a black hole realm powerhouse, she didn't dare to confront Bai Jingjun directly because she was inside the Tianhe planet and was afraid of the threat of the star defense array. Besides, there was no need for that. She and Yi Xian were old friends. When she found an opportunity later, she could just wave her hand and say a few words to him. Chief Bai Xingzhang, you're clearly up to no good. Just as the large number of official guards of the Heavenly River planet had cleared out an empty space in the Federation Exchange Hall, revealing Yi Xian's lonely figure standing there. Bai Jingjun was about to descend and greet him when an extremely abrupt and unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Long's face was full of sarcasm. Behind him was a group of personal guards. They were striding forward. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard again. I heard that after Brother Yi left the auction last time, not long after he left the Sky River Star, he encountered several planet-level battleships that wanted to rob him. Moreover, all of them were engraved with concealment arrays. In the Sky River Star field, who can have such a few advanced large-scale battleships? I think everyone knows in their hearts, right? As soon as they heard this, a large number of Federation powerhouses around suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. Some of the more timid ones even lowered their heads, fearing that they had heard something they shouldn't have and would be killed as soon as they left this place. Bai Jingjuan's face instantly darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Long, who was striding forward. He gritted his teeth, but for a moment, he was speechless. It was not easy to adjust his state of mind and resolve the grudge between him and Yi Xian in a warm and unrestrained manner. Unexpectedly, before he could even open his mouth, Zhao Long had ruined the situation. The words just now had undoubtedly aroused old hatred in Yi Xian's heart. If he stepped forward now and spoke up, the effect would most likely be the opposite of what he had hoped for. Thinking of this, Bai Jingjun hated Zhao Long so much that he almost hated him to death. "Brother Yi, come. Let me introduce myself. This humble one is Zhao Long, the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly River Star Federation garrison." Seeing Bai Jingjun standing to one side with a dark expression, deep in thought, Zhao Long laughed inwardly. However, his feet did not stop moving. He quickly walked over to Yi Xian, his face full of joy. "Ayaya, Brother Yi, I actually heard some news about what happened last time. Later on, I led a fleet and rushed over, but who would have thought that we would end up empty-handed? I was still grieving these past few days, but when I saw Brother Yi soar into the sky and enter the young ranking list, I finally felt at ease." He spoke as if Yi Xian was his biological father. Just the slightest bit of danger made him lose his appetite for food and drink. Yi Xian almost vomited from hearing this. Just as Yi Xian was feeling conflicted and did not know how to feign civility with Zhao Long, the beautiful female AI robot at the window beside him unexpectedly spoke up. She actually indicated that the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that Yi Xian had exchanged for had been delivered. This news shocked even Yi Xian. Beside him, Zhao Long and Bai Jingjun, who were not far away, felt their eyelids twitch when they heard this. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was definitely a top-grade item stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the Immortal Star Dynasty's imperial capital. After all, in the entire Immortal Star Dynasty, the only person who could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid was only a wealthy clan on an immortal star. This kind of item was a hot commodity in the 3 imperial capitals. It was impossible for it to be stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when someone from one of the lower administrative planets took out 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for this item, the normal procedure would be to first go from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star, then from the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star. Finally, from the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, and finally from the imperial capital Heavenly River Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star. They would have to transfer 3 times in between. Even if they used a Starry Sky grade long-distance teleportation array, it would still take about a day or so. But now, from the time Yi Xian made the exchange request to the time when the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid were delivered to the Heavenly River Star, less than an hour had passed. What did this mean? This meant that the exchange item did not have to go through a transfer between the imperial capital and the imperial capital. It was directly sent from the imperial capital Immortal Star. Although this situation was not impossible, the imperial capital Immortal Star was located in the central district of the Third Universe. It was immeasurably far away from the Heavenly River Star, which was located at the edge of the Third Universe. The amount of energy used to send an item directly from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the Heavenly River Star was much greater than the transfer between the various levels. It was just a Federation expert exchanging for 3 vials of gene cultivation fluid. There was obviously something fishy going on here. While they were stunned, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long subconsciously turned to look at each other. They exchanged a look. Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock. The ultimate trial. Ultimate, the meaning of extremity. Legend had it that among the descendants of the imperial family on the imperial capital Immortal Star, there was such an ultimate trial. Once the descendants of the imperial family who applied for the ultimate trial succeeded, they would have a great advantage in the competition for the succession of the imperial dynasty in the future. The ultimate trial would add a lot of points to them. The so-called ultimate trial pursued a kind of ultimate exploration of one's ability. The descendants of the royal family who were participating in the ultimate trial couldn't have any Tao protectors by their side. They had to rely on themselves to fight for everything. Although no one knew what was considered a success in the ultimate trial, there was one thing that everyone knew. Chapter 2708. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The real Prince No Wonder Yi Xian had been temporarily registered as a citizen of the Federation on the Sky River planet. Before that, it was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even the interstellar mercenaries had registered on the Sky River planet. This guy was clearly a prince who was in the middle of an ultimate level trial. This was the only way to explain all the shocking things he had done before and after. Even though he had obtained a young astral devourer, not every dead star in the graveyard star field contained a large amount of astral core origin. This had been proven countless times. If that was the case, how could he have obtained such a large amount of astral core origin in such a short time? It was obvious that he had obtained it from the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Furthermore, he had obtained more than 100 million Federation contribution points in just 6 days. This had never happened before. Either the imperial family had obtained a large amount of contribution points through some special secret method, or someone in the imperial capital had tampered with the immortal grade astral super brain in the imperial capital to achieve this. In short, he was a prince who had come to the imperial capital to gain experience. Even his cultivation level had been deliberately suppressed to the astral core state. His real cultivation level had probably reached the black hole state level 9. Otherwise, why would he need the level 9 gene cultivation fluid? The gene cultivation fluid had only 2 uses. One was to provide energy for the astral superbrain. A level 9 item was specifically used by the immortal grade astral superbrain. In the entire immortal dynasty, there was only one such item on the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Therefore, this use could be completely ruled out. The other use was for cultivators in the science and technology faction. After reaching the 9th level, they would need to be injected with a higher level gene cultivation fluid in order to break through to the next level. After that, they would need to absorb the astral core origin's energy until they reached the 9th level. Only then would they need to be injected with a higher level gene cultivation fluid. Of course, one injection might not necessarily help them break through to the next level. That was why they had exchanged for 3 tubes. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Bai Jun and Zhao Long felt their legs go weak. They had an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground immediately. Given their status, when facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would only be slightly more respectful in tone and manner. However, if they were facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would have to kneel. Moreover, they weren't forced to kneel, they were willing. As for the princes from the imperial capital, they were practically begging the other party to give them a chance to kneel down and express their feelings of admiration, no matter how much they cried and screamed about wanting to die. After all, the immortal dynasty represented was the human race. Half of the power of the Federation had was the absolute power of the third universe. Many powerhouses in the Federation who might not even get a chance to visit the imperial capital in their lives. They couldn't. That was realm. That was translation was is blood. That was translation Lu. Translation bin was could translation was translation if they translation of ye translation if was translation was ye translation stars blood was in the territory. Not only could he not kneel, but he also could not show too much enthusiasm. That would also be seen through by others. In any case, the fact that he had run over here meant that he had already guessed the prince's identity. Now that he had left coldly, the prince naturally understood. He might even praise himself for knowing his limits and knowing the severity of the matter. In the future, it would not be a dream for him to soar and enter the immortal star. Of course, the coldness on the surface was not true coldness. In fact, he had to be even more passionate in private. Disregarding everything else, just the safety of the prince alone was enough to ensure his safety. Although the prince was most likely a Black Hole Realm level 9 expert himself and definitely had some life-saving trump cards bestowed upon him by the royal family, this was still a form of attitude. This kind of attitude was a bargaining chip for him to achieve great success in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Long and Bai Jingjuan's hearts lit up. On the surface, they pretended to be polite and exchanged a few pleasantries. Soon, they left in a hurry. Many of the Federation powerhouses who were watching this scene were confused. The purplish warbler, who was squeezed out of the crowd, seemed to have guessed something. His expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a while with a frown, he could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "Those two idiots have such wild imaginations." But then again, if this guy hadn't asked me how to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, I'm afraid I would have guessed the same. As a prince from the Imperial City, how could he not know this? But, these 3 tubes of gene cultivation fluid were sent directly from the immortal star of the Imperial capital without caring about the huge amount of energy used. This is indeed strange. Although the speed of his rise is indeed too fast, he's still on the mortal leaderboard after all. Such a situation shouldn't attract the attention of the dynasty. As for why it's so obvious, it definitely shouldn't be so obvious. What's the mystery behind this? It's really puzzling. As he muttered to himself, the purplish warbler was also a little confused. At the same time, on the side of the central domain of the third universe, which was infinitely far away from the heavenly river star, on the incomparably huge and terrifying immortal star, in the depths of the Imperial City, an old woman was looking up at the sky with a worried expression. Her eyes were full of concern, and she muttered to herself, "Xian, you are too careless. You changed your identity and left the word Xian in your name. Even I saw it at a glance. I secretly used my private power to help you send 3 tubes of the 9th level liquid over. How could others not see it? Hurry up and break through to the Black Hole Realm, and then, you'll be able to complete the ultimate trial. At that time, you'll be able to return to the Imperial capital. For the past 100 years, I've been on tenterhooks every single day, afraid that you'd be plotted against by your brothers outside." Achoo! In another direction at the edge of the core area of the graveyard star field, a young man with a handsome face and a cultivation base of the 7th level, the galaxy grade, was rapidly approaching the Sky River star. Then, he suddenly sneezed. Could it be that Mother is thinking about me again? Sigh, it's been more than 100 years. I do miss Mother a little, but soon. Hi, Long Xian, am now at the galaxy grade 9th level. This time, when I return to the Sky River star in exchange for a tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, I'll be able to break through to the Black Hole Realm 1st level. At that time, I'll be able to hunt the demon scouts faster. What a pity. A tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid costs 1 million contribution points. Although I have the secret technique of the Imperial Dynasty that allows me to distinguish between demon and human experts, I've only accumulated a little more than 3 million contribution points over the years. I can't even get on the human ranking list. This time, I'll have to spend 1 million contribution points. It's really heart-wrenching. Shaking his head and sighing, Long Xian was about to speed up when a huge space fortress suddenly appeared not far away. Its aura had locked onto him. The Black Wind. It's over. Chapter 2709. Fellow Daoist, please stay. As a martialist of the Federation who was at the 7th major boundary of the Starry Sky Realm, Long Xian was obviously very valuable to the Tianji tribe. Any martialist below the Black Hole Realm was definitely not a simple person. So when Tyrant Cha spotted him, he didn't hesitate to activate the mysterious Black Pillar of Light. A wide tunnel opened beneath the bastion and pulled Long Xian into one of the Black Wind's 10,000 cataclysmic prison. He was locked up in one of the cages. This was a certain prince of an immortal dynasty, an absolutely important figure. Yet, he had fallen into the hands of the demons so easily. From this, it could be seen how cruel and realistic the so-called ultimate trial of the immortal dynasty's imperial family was. What the empire needed were truly capable royal descendants. If they could not prove their abilities, then it would be better to get rid of them early rather than ruin the entire empire in the future. In any case, on the immortal star of the imperial capital, there were countless descendants of the imperial family. At this moment, the leader of the Demonkin Scout Corps, Barakai, was sitting in a luxurious hall in the center of the 4th floor of the Black Wind. Beside him stood several of his trusted stewards and the Demon Dweller think tanks. Regarding the capture of a 7th-stage galaxy-stage human expert, Barakai did not care at all. There were at least 800 of such existences in the Black Wind ship's hold, if not 1,000, so it was not enough to attract his attention. If he learned of Long Xian's identity, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to the Black Mosquito, which he had lost contact with. He would rush to the deepest part of the domain of the fallen domain and return to the domain of the devil through the large natural wormhole that connected to the first universe. Then, he would contact his master, the Tianji race, and receive his battle merits. But all of this was destined to be impossible. Indeed, the reason Ba Chai had taken control of the Black Wind from the depths of the domain of the falling stars and warped to the edge of this mysterious region was because of the Black Mosquito. The release of a large number of conclave powerhouses from the Black Mosquito had been inadvertently witnessed by a few Demonkin scouts. They immediately returned to their bastion and reported the matter, which was then brought to Barakai's attention. Ba Chai immediately contacted the Black Mosquito ship. Unfortunately, the Black Mosquito ship had been absorbed into Yi Xian's body, so it was impossible to contact it. As such, no matter how stupid Barakai was, he would be able to understand that something had happened to the Black Mosquito ship. Although he did not know what had happened to the Black Mosquito, it was not difficult to guess. He was almost certain after a little thought. Everything was related to the interstellar mercenary of the Federation known as Yi Xian, who had risen to fame in the Federation a few days ago. At the time, Ba Chai had been muttering to himself about how he had managed to amass over 100 million Federation merit points in a matter of days. Now it seemed that this was related to the Black Mosquito ship's fall. A bastion belonging to the Demonkin, its resources, and the 10,000 captured Federation powerhouses were all worth over 100 million Federation merit points. Although this was only a guess, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected changes. The result enraged Ba Chai, and he roared like thunder. As the leader of a team sent by the Demonkin race to the edge of the third universe, one of the 10 space fortresses under his command had fallen into the hands of the enemy along with more than 10,000 Demonkin scouts and a huge amount of resources. Moreover, the enemy was just an ant with a cultivation base of the Star Core realm. If news of this were to spread, all the clansmen of the Devil Cultivator would not be able to help but laugh at him loudly. The Tianji clan would not let him go so easily, and would punish him severely. Fortunately, this matter had not spread yet. As long as he could salvage the situation in time and take back the Black Mosquito ship, this secret would most likely be kept. At worst, he could just kill the 10,000 Demonkin scouts in the ship. It was with this goal in mind that Ba Chai had rushed to the Sky River sector alone with the Black Wind without even informing the other 8 bastions. The people on the Black Wind were his most trusted subordinates. The other 8 bastions were under his command, but they were from different tribes. They weren't his people, so he couldn't allow them to participate in this mission. If they did, the secret would be exposed. Damn it! How did that Yi Xian guy do it? Did Mount Naibo grow up eating shit? How could a mere Starcore realm ant take away the entire Black Mosquito ship? If he's still alive, I'll kill him with my own hands after I take back the Black Mosquito ship, as a great perfection black hole realm rank 9 powerhouse, it was a piece of cake for Bachai to kill a black hole realm rank 4 powerhouse like Bachai. At this moment, as these angry words left his mouth, the anger in Bachai's heart seemed to have been vented a little. His tone slightly slowed down, but his eyes became even colder. Humph. That guy called Yi Xian actually dared to brazenly appear in Heavenly River Star after doing such a thing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he walks out of Heavenly River Star, I'll be able to kill him immediately. As Barakai's cold voice rang out, the black wind once more activated its concealment array. It vanished, and silently began to move closer to Sky River. Sky River Sector, Federation Affairs Hall's platform. After Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long left in a hurry, Yi Xian immediately turned around and walked to the counter behind him. He took a small space box from the beautiful female robot. There must be 3 tubes of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid inside. The Myriad Federation could not do anything to this matter. Therefore, considering that there were too many people around, Yi Xian did not open it to check. He flipped his hand and threw it into the undying world in his body. Only then did he finally calm down. Now that the matter was settled, it was not good to stay here any longer. Yi Xian did not pay attention to the enthusiastic Federation powerhouses who were gradually gathering around him. He immediately leaped up and left the huge platform where the Federation Affairs Hall was located. He rushed toward another passage outside the Sky Defense Array. Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long's attitudes just now were extremely strange. Perhaps because they realized that Yi Xian was about to leave, they hurriedly returned to prepare for the ambush. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave as soon as possible. Whether he was afraid or not was one thing, but it was obviously best to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 27:10. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and so you misunderstood me too. So it's fellow Daoist Xianyuan. When Yi Xian turned around and saw the purplish warbler and Lu Luo chasing after him, he immediately stopped. He had a good impression of this woman. After all, she was the one who had given him a huge harvest on the Heavenly River planet. Although it was a fair trade, Yi Xian still owed her a favor. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw the purplish warbler chasing after him with an anxious expression, he couldn't help but joke, "Fellow Daoist Xianyuan, are you trying to warn me to be careful again? Don't worry, they couldn't stop me last time, and they won't be able to do the same this time. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. I'm ashamed to say that I misjudged you last time. Fellow Daoist, Yi is a dragon among men, yet I actually thought that you would fall into the hands of shameless people like Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long. I apologize to fellow Daoist Yi first." If Xianyuan Ziying was still curious about Yi Xian last time, but the feeling of looking down on him didn't change, then this time, she took the initiative to lower herself and even put herself in a position lower than Yi Xian's. At this moment, her attitude was extremely modest, not at all like the attitude a middle-stage black hole realm expert should have towards a star core realm ant. This wasn't strange at all, and it wasn't that the purplish warbler was being pretentious. In her mind, Yi Xian was indeed an existence she should look up to. After all, in the 1000 Luo Federation contribution rankings, he was already close to the Earth ranking, while the purplish warbler was still at the bottom of the middle of the human ranking. At this point, the purplish warbler suddenly changed the topic and shook her head with a bitter smile, "But fellow Daoist Yi, you misunderstood me this time. I didn't want to warn you because there's no need to. This time, Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long won't scheme against you. However, you should be careful of that space pirate He Luoying. I just saw her standing far away on the Federation's affairs platform with a flicker in her eyes. She's just a space pirate. I don't care." Yi Xian nodded and cupped his hands in thanks. Then, he asked curiously, "I wonder how fellow Daoist Xianyuan is so sure that Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long won't attack me this time." "I'm sure. Not only will they not attack you, fellow Daoist Yi, they'll even try to curry favor with you." Fellow Daoist Yi, you haven't forgotten the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that were urgently delivered from the undying star of the imperial capital, have you? The purplish warbler smiled faintly and then explained the details in detail. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. After a few seconds, he smiled, but the expression on his face was extremely strange. Although you won't be in any danger this time, you're really brave. You know that you've become a famous person and that Bai Jingjun is very likely to want to kill you, yet you still dare to swagger to the Sky River planet. Seeing Yi Xian smile, the purplish warbler couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just this courage alone is enough to make this little sister sigh in admiration. It seems that I'll have to follow Big Brother Yi in the future and learn a lot from him. Without batting an eyelid, she had already gotten closer to him. It had to be said that this girl's ability to observe people's expressions wasn't weak. She could tell that Yi Xian was in a good mood and didn't let go of this opportunity. Little sister, I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't refuse, after all, his impression of this girl was quite good. However, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Yi Xian wasn't pretending, he sincerely thought so. Big Brother Yi, you're too pedantic. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't refuse immediately, and even though he tried to shirk the responsibility, his words were extremely sincere, the purplish warbler's expression turned solemn. She cupped her hands towards Yi Xian again and bowed. In my generation of cultivators, the one who has reached the top first. I truly admire Big Brother Ye's achievements. I sincerely acknowledge you as my big brother. If you think that your cultivation is not as good as mine, I also think that my ranking on the human ranking list is not as good as yours. Let's not be so calculative, shall we? Furthermore, although Ziying is already at the middle stage of the black hole realm, her actual age is less than 200 years old. Her cultivation was built up through the accumulation of her family's resources. Without this, what is Ziying compared to Big Brother Yi? Less than 200 years old was indeed not considered old for a powerhouse under the starry sky. It could even be said that she had just entered her youth. It should be known that even ordinary Federation citizens who hadn't entered the path of cultivation had a normal lifespan of more than 500 years. Yi Xian was even more so. How many years had he spent on his journey? Therefore, he really did deserve to be called Big Brother. Of course, the most important thing was that the purplish warbler was straightforward and unpretentious. She gave him a very good impression. Otherwise, Yi Xian would never have agreed to it no matter what. But now, he shook his head and smiled bitterly without saying anything. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The purplish warbler was overjoyed. She immediately called him a Big Brother Yi again and again. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw how well-behaved she was. As they chatted and laughed, the maid Luluo followed behind them. Soon, they passed through the sky curtain passage in front of them and left the Sky River planet, arriving at the void of the universe outside. Looking up, a huge fleet of dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and a 5,000-meter-diameter nebula state bastion appeared in their sight. They were waiting for them in the vast starry sky not far away. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who had respectful smiles on their faces, immediately came forward to welcome them. These two fellows who had always been secretly fighting against each other had unexpectedly joined forces in the matter of pleasing the imperial capital prince. There was no infighting between them. Thinking about it, it was normal. The value of a prince was not something any one of them could take for themselves. On the contrary, if they could really get on the prince's good side, when they reached the immortal star in the imperial capital, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough alone. If they could go with someone who knew them well, it would obviously be a good thing. It was also for this reason that these two fellows had tacitly agreed to join forces on this matter. In fact, when Yi Xian and the purplish warbler had just come out of the sky curtain passage, they had already heard the conversation between Yi Xian and the purplish warbler. Seeing that even the purplish warbler, a proud daughter of heaven from a powerful family on the imperial capital star, was deliberately trying to curry favor with Yi Xian by calling him Big Brother Yi, the two of them clearly confirmed their guess. Now that they had come together, the smiles on their faces had already become more respectful and humble. When they came closer, they cupped their hands and bowed. Huang. Brother Yi, your current identity is no small matter. This time, your whereabouts on the Sky River planet have been exposed, and I am afraid that it will attract some covetous eyes. Therefore, the two of us feel a great responsibility and have decided to escort you all the way. Chapter 27:11. The black wind startling appearance of these two fellows, one was the leader of the Heavenly River planet, and the other was the commander of the Heavenly River planet's federal garrison. Now, they were moving out at the same time, bringing such a huge fleet with them. They were working hard to ask for orders to escort Yi Xian. At the same time, they seemed to be afraid that this would affect Yi Xian, so they actually took the initiative to show their sincerity and asked Yi Xian to just do what he was supposed to do and pretend that they didn't exist. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed by their attitude, but when he thought about the good deeds these two fellows had done in the past, he immediately calmed down. It was fine to take advantage of this opportunity to collect some interest. What's more, if he insisted on refusing, he was afraid that the effect would backfire and cause the two of them to become suspicious. After all, their attitude was enough to show that they had already guessed the identity of the prince. If Yi Xian was really the prince, then in this situation, he naturally wouldn't care too much about this matter. If he really did care too much about it, it would only lower his status. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian didn't say anything. He coldly glanced at the two of them, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the graveyard star field with the purplish warbler and Lu Luo. Because he didn't want to expose the fact that he had just completed the fourth fusion of the purple star shuttle, and although he had many other small warships in his possession, he hadn't refined any of them. This was something he had neglected before. As such, Yi Xian and the others didn't summon their small private warships. The purplish warbler wanted to summon the Xian Yuan Ark, but Yi Xian politely refused. He still wanted to go into the depths of the star field and bid farewell to the two women for the time being, so there was no need for him to enter their small private warships. In this way, the three of them crossed the void with their physical bodies, only to find that they were escorted by a space fortress and dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warships. This scene was extremely strange. The experts of the Federation that they occasionally encountered along the way all stopped in their tracks and looked stunned as if they had seen a ghost. In the meantime, He Luoying, the space pirate who had been hiding her scent and body and tailing them closely after they left through the channel on the other side of the Heavenly River planet, couldn't have been more frustrated. If Yi Xian and the purplish warbler had brought out a small private warship, he would have most likely given up. He had seen the speed of Yi Xian's warship before. Even if it was him, he would not be able to catch up to it, no matter if he used his physical body to traverse the void or brought out a warship. However, now that the three of them were traveling through the void with their physical bodies, He Luoying saw hope and gritted her teeth to stay behind. Because he knew that Bai Jingying and Zhao Long, who had been escorting him all this time, would leave sooner or later. It was impossible for them to leave Heavenly River Star behind and follow this prince around, right? If that was the case, he had a chance. Although the purplish warbler was not weak, his level was about the same as his. In his estimation, his target, Yi Xian, was definitely not in the black hole realm, even if he had concealed his cultivation. Under such circumstances, there was still a chance that he could kidnap Yi Xian when he was caught off guard if he suddenly took action in secret. Also, the chance was quite high. It was definitely worth a try. One day later, Yi Xian and his companions had entered the edge of the graveyard of meteorites. The last expert of the Federation they encountered along the way had been half a day ago. Besides, that person didn't follow them, and his cultivation was not high either. All in all, there was no need to worry about their safety at all. Besides, Yi Xian had the purplish warbler, an expert in the black hole realm, with him. Even he might be in the black hole realm, too. Also, he had a small private warship that was extremely fast. Besides, Bai Zhengying and Zhao Long's so-called escort was just a gesture. It was enough for them to follow them for one day. If they continued to follow them, the prince would probably be displeased. Therefore, the fleet behind them soon stopped and slowly returned to the ship. He Luoying, who had concealed her body and her qi, saw the opportunity and quickened her pace. Very soon, she was behind the three of them. As a boundless and mighty aura suddenly appeared without any warning, the space within a radius of 100 miles emitted a slight trembling sound. Following that, an energy claw that was as large as a mountain suddenly pressed down towards Yi Xian's head. He Luoying. The purplish warbler's expression changed greatly. She suddenly roared, "Lu Luo, protect Brother Yi. I'm going to kill her." In the next moment, a purple ribbon surged out of the purplish warbler's body and expanded in the wind, turning into a purple river that soared into the sky and blocked He Luoying's enormous claw immediately. Then, she dashed forward and dragged He Luoying away, covering 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The reason for that was obviously because she was worried that the shock waves from the fierce battle between two black hole realm experts might accidentally hurt Yi Xian. Realizing what was going on, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He was going to raise his hand and activate the Black Mosquito Bastion, but when he saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River, which was still vaguely visible, he dropped the idea. At the same time, in the central control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion that was 5 kilometers in diameter, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long both exclaimed in shock, F***CK. He Luoying. She's asking for it. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor immediately. Get back immediately, space jump. Following the furious roars of Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, which sounded as if their parents had died, a space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared without any warning in the originally empty space above Yi Xian and Lu Luo. It was the Black Wind, the flagship of the Demon Scouts. In fact, the Black Wind had been waiting not far ahead. When it saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River gradually moving away, it was about to attack, but He Luoying beat it to it. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the result. The faint buzzing sound of the void vibrating sounded again. As soon as the Black Wind appeared, it shot out a black beam of light about 100 meters in diameter from the bottom cabin and enveloped Yi Xian and Lu Luo without any suspense. Whoosh! The huge black beam of light flashed and disappeared, but it was soon retracted. Then, the Black Wind activated the concealment array again and disappeared. It was most likely that it had activated a space jump at the first moment and left. Inside the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion of planet Heavenly River, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long's faces turned pale. They sat on the ground and exclaimed in shock. Black Wind. That's clearly the Black Wind. It's over, the prince was captured by the demon. This is a natural disaster, the Heavenly Dust Kingdom is finished. Chapter 27:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing He Luoying. Following the disappearance of Yi Xian and Lu Luo, even the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Xianyuan Ziying, who was originally fighting in the vast void 100 kilometers away, had a drastic change in expression. Even the space pirate He Luoying was completely dumbfounded. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stared blankly in the direction where the Black Wind Bastion disappeared, speechless for a moment. For He Luoying, there was no point in continuing the fight since the target was gone. For Xianyuan Ziying, the people she wanted to protect had been captured by the demons. It was meaningless to continue fighting He Luoying. If I'm not wrong, this kid was also taken away by a demon battlestar last time. This is too unlucky. After being stunned for a moment, the purplish warbler's expression quickly became strange. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. But he's someone who can create miracles. He was fine last time. This time, he'll be fine too. You're crazy. That's the black wind of a demon scout. I've only heard about it for so many years. Today, I've opened my eyes. Hei Luoying heard the purplish warbler's murmur and rolled her eyes. She then dashed away as she spoke. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the cosmic cloud state battlestar of the Sky River Fleet that had just completed a space jump shot out two scorching white energy beams with a diameter of 500 meters without warning. These weren't the star cannons of planetary state or stellar state warships. These were real destruction cannons that could incinerate even a meteor in an instant. Hei Luoying dashed towards one of the destruction cannons. She was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Her body was enveloped by the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons and was instantly sent flying. The other destruction cannons were aimed at the purplish warbler. Damn it! The latter's face immediately turned pale. Without hesitation, she crushed the sapphire ring on her right hand. With a flash of blue light, the purplish warbler's body was instantly enveloped and turned into a faint ray of light. She then disappeared before the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons reached her. In the void where she was, there was a figure that looked like Xianyuan Ziying, but had a stiff and lifeless face. Half an instant later, it was struck by the 500-meter diameter energy beam of the destruction cannon and turned into ashes. At the same time, in the control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Battlestar, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long stared at the big screen in front of them. Then, they looked at each other with a serious expression. Hei Luoying is definitely dead. As for the little girl from the Xianyuan family, I don't think I saw it clearly. With such speed, even a black hole state wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I saw it clearly. She's dead too. Also, the prince and that Luluo girl definitely won't be able to come back. In other words, what happened before is temporarily suppressed. Not necessarily. We've met a lot of powerful people from the Federation on our way here. They all saw us protecting the prince. Humph, it doesn't matter. We'll find them one by one and kill them all. No matter what, we can't let anyone know that the prince was kidnapped by the demons. We can't let anyone know that it's related to us. By the way, the people in your fleet are all reliable. 1/3 of them are not direct descendants of the Zhao family. Don't worry, when we get back, they will be put under house arrest. Within a month, all of them will die in accidents. At this point, Zhao Long turned his head and exchanged a glance with Bai Jingjun. Both of them had a strange look in their eyes. Although they didn't say it out loud, both of them knew what was going on. After this incident, the two of them, who had been at odds with each other for many years, could be considered to have completely become a team. Even when they were trying to curry favor with the prince, their relationship was not as strong and stable as it was now. All of this was so ironic. Whoosh! Just as Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were nervously returning with the entire fleet, in another direction, thousands of miles away from the scene of the incident, a faint blue light flashed, and then the figure of Xianyuan, whose face was ashen, quietly appeared. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and glanced at the sapphire ring on her right hand. There was an obvious crack on the originally deep blue surface of the ring. This crack made Xianyuan Ziying's expression even more unsightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, these two idiots, actually offended me, the representative of the Xianyuan family, in order to silence me. Humph, they made me pay such a heavy price. You, just wait and see." At this point, Xianyuan Ziying's brow furrowed and she fell into deep thought. Her mutterings also became much calmer. Right now, I only have 2 uses left of the Phantom Ring's 3 uses. I can't return to Heavenly River Star anymore. I can't even visit Grandmaster Su anymore. Otherwise, once Bai Jun and Zhao Long find out that this young lady is still alive, I'm afraid that those idiots will do their best to ban me from this star field. The only thing I can do now is to go to the core of the graveyard and secretly look for the Black Wind Bastion. Big Brother Yi, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Xianyuan Ziying's expression darkened when she heard the last sentence. She let out a faint sigh before quickly concealing herself and silently heading towards the core area of the domain of the graveyard. She knew the bastion was somewhere in the depths of the starfield, but finding it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding it was a matter of luck. In fact, even if she did find the Black Wind, what could she do? After taking Yi Xian and Lu Luo away, the Black Wind immediately activated its concealment formation and warped through space. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000,000 kilometers away and appeared behind a giant black Death Star. At the same time, Yi Xian and Lu Luo were wrapped in a pillar of black light and appeared in a luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The bastion's pillar of light didn't only take people to the lowest level of the myriad hells, but it could also take them to any location on any floor. For an important captive like Yi Xian, the devil cultivator scout Big Head Ba Guai had to interrogate him as soon as possible. However, it was impossible for him to go to a place like the Myriad Heaven prison, so he naturally brought Yi Xian and Lu Luo to the luxurious hall on the top floor. Chapter 27:13. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ba Chai was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. Yes, he still had the Black Mosquito, Li Mosquito, and Nai Shan. However, even Li Mosquito was only at rank 7 of the Black Hole realm and had just entered the late stage. Nai Shan was even worse, as he was still at the middle stage of the Black Hole realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Ba Chai, who was at the peak of rank 9. Furthermore, the two of them were inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, which had been stored in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Given his current low cultivation, he had been able to store a Black Hole realm powerhouse in his body because of the Black Mosquito Bastion's ability to fold space. However, if he wanted to release a Star Realm powerhouse from the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to do so. He would have to first release the Black Mosquito Bastion before he could do so. However, he was currently inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, so there was no way he could release another spacetime bastion from within it. Folded space was also repellent, which was a disadvantage. Besides, so what if he could release the Black Mosquito Bastion? Even if he used up all the power of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to defeat Ba Chai. Instead, he would have to rely on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the Black Mosquito Bastion was now in the undying world within his body. As long as he did not take it out, even Ba Chai, who was at rank 9 of the Black Hole realm, would not be able to detect it. Even if he wanted to extort a confession, as long as Yi Xian could grit his teeth and bear with it, the other party would not be able to do anything. In other words, he could not even count on the Black Mosquito Bastion now, let alone Luluo. She was only at rank 7 of the planet realm, so Ba Chai could kill her with one finger. In the end, if Yi Xian wanted to save himself now, he could not count on his strength. His only chance was to scheme. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his brain and began to calculate and deduce frantically. Needless to say, after a short few breaths, he really found a way out. It was an extremely dangerous way that could only temporarily solve the problem at hand and would cause endless troubles in the future. Even so, he still made up his mind at the first moment because there was no better plan than this one. How dare you attack the Black Mosquito under my command? You're quite bold, aren't you? You're courting death. After grabbing onto Yi Xian, Ba Chai wasn't in a hurry. He had a lazy expression on his face as he looked at Yi Xian with a cold smile. Speak, where is the Black Mosquito? How did you manage to do all this? If I'm satisfied with your answer, I might spare your life. T. Do I need you to spare my life? You are just a small scout leader. Who do you think you are? Without waiting for Ba Cha to finish speaking, Yi Xian had already jumped up and roared. As he angrily rebuked, he pointed his finger at Ba Cha, and the index finger of his right hand was almost on his nose. You bastard, this holy sun's plan has only been completed halfway, and I have only just obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I just happened to hook up with the direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, a level 8 gene cultivation fluid, and you destroyed it. You should think carefully about how to explain it to the Demon Emperor when you return. After saying this, Yi Xian still hadn't vented his anger. He fiercely spat at the dumbstruck Ba Chai. High Priest Wen Xing's painstaking efforts were all messed up by you, you idiot. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, apart from Yi Xian, Lu Luo, and Bastion, there were more than 10 figures in the luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. They were all Bastion's trusted stewards and advisors. But now, all of them were stunned by Yi Xian's words. After a long while, Bastion swallowed his saliva and asked, You. How do you know about High Priest Wen Xing? You. What did you mean? What did I mean? That's what I meant. Yi Xian glared at him and directly activated the spirit core in his mind. In an instant, a pure devil chi source energy spread out, so clear that it was like a large brick hanging under his eyelids. There was no need to sense it, as long as it was a person, they would be able to sense it. Heavens! Yi Xian, you are a demon. Lu Luo was the first to react. Her face was full of shock as she recalled what Yi Xian had just said. It turned out that this guy was a spy who had infiltrated the human race. He had schemed against the purplish warbler to get close to her and had set his sights on the Xianyuan family's level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula. Thinking of this, Lulua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she roared, You bastard, to think that Ziying and I trusted you so much. You approached us because of the imperial capital Xianyuan family's formula for the grade 8 liquid. I will kill you. As she roared, Lu Luo raised her hand to slap Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to stun her and she fainted on the floor. She was a planet's 7th stage powerhouse, so she shouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Xian had only succeeded because Lu Luo's mind had already collapsed. Coupled with Yi Xian's sneak attack, Yi Xian had succeeded. Look, this is what you did. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Yi Xian secretly praised Lu Luo's cooperation, but his expression didn't change. He glared at Ba Chai and reprimanded sternly, I obeyed the orders of the Demon King and was given a secret technique by High Priest Wen Xing that allowed me to fool the human race's superbrain for a short period of time. It wasn't easy for me to sneak in and get an identity. Then, I pretended to rescue a large number of Black Mosquito Federation powerhouses to obtain a large number of Federation contribution points. It wasn't easy for me to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Now that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula was about to be in my hands, you interfered. After returning to the demon domain, you can go to the Demon King and High Priest Wen Xing to receive your punishment. Yi Xian had only said these words after careful consideration. He had learned everything about the demon race from Naibua Mountain when he was bored. Coincidentally, Wen Xing, who was the Demon King's high priest, was from the Black Mosquito tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian's words weren't too flawed. The demon race had a total of 10 tribes, each with 1,000,000 tribesmen and 1 great commander. The 10 great commanders led the 10 tribes and were under the control of the Demon King. The demon race's 10 space fortresses in the 3rd universe's graveyard domain were actually from the 10 different tribes. The Black Mosquito ship was from the Black Mosquito tribe, and the Black Wind ship was from the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, Ba Chai didn't know much about the Black Mosquito tribe. However, he knew that High Priest Wen Xing was a favorite of the Demon King and was also from the Black Mosquito tribe. Under such circumstances, the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son had come here to carry out the Demon King's secret mission with High Priest Wen Xing's help. He had avoided him, the frontline leader, and instead went directly to the Black Mosquito ship from the Black Mosquito tribe. This was completely reasonable. Most importantly, Yi Xian's demon mind power couldn't be faked. It was clearly very pure. His cultivation realm wasn't high, but his mind power level wasn't low. This was the characteristic of the Holy Son of the 10 Tribes. Chapter 27:14. Re-entering the 10,000 Cataclysm. Seeing the incomparably enraged Yi Xian, the leader of the demon scouts, Ba Chai, had a gloomy expression. For a moment, he fell silent. What Yi Xian had said was unacceptable to him. But what was worse was that no matter how Ba Chai analyzed, he couldn't find any suspicious points that could be magnified. In reality, just the fact that the other party was a demon was enough to explain everything. In the face of this fact, even if he could find some suspicious points in the other party's words, the final result would clearly be pale and powerless. There was not much meaning to it at all. As he muttered to himself, as he searched for Yi Xian's words, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Unknowingly, Ba Kai had already accepted what Yi Xian said as the truth. But he was unwilling. They had agreed to vent their anger, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge mistake. No one would be able to accept this matter calmly in a short time. As his eyes flickered, Ba Chui pondered for a moment. In the end, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and glared at Yi Xian. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the Black Mosquito? If there is even half a word of concealment, Ba Chai, as the supreme commander of the demon army at the front line, have the right to kill you on the spot. At most, I will just go back and ask the high priest for a crime of ignorance. Kid, you better think carefully. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart instantly became uneasy. Yi Xian was an unreasonable and cruel person. Now that he was angry and humiliated, he might actually dare to do what he said just now. If possible, Yi Xian really didn't want to gamble with his own life. But now, he had no way out. Once the Black Mosquito ship was taken out, the other party would definitely be able to see the problem from the number of demons inside. This was inexplicable. It was fine to pretend to release the Federation captives, but how could there be less than 3,000 demon scouts left? Since Ba Chai had been waiting outside the Heavenly River Star, it meant that he had come prepared. He had most likely already grasped the distribution of demon scouts in the star field where the Black Mosquito ship was located. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. After realizing the situation, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could only brace himself and walk down this dark path. I'm not scared. If Boss Barakai wants to betray the demon-human race, I'll just do it. Yi Xian glanced at Ba Chai with disdain. His heart trembled, but his face was calm and fearless. He even mocked back and secretly warned, "Don't forget, when this saint was captured by you on the Black Wind, many people in the Myriad Luo Federation saw it. With my current ranking on the Federation's contribution rankings, this matter will soon spread. When the Demon King asks about it, if you can't hand him over, I believe I don't need to remind you of the consequences, right?" Although it was a threat, it was the truth. Ba Chai was only one of the 10 leaders of the Black Wind tribe, so how could he dare to go against the Nephilim Emperor? When he heard Yi Xian's words, just imagining the scene of the Nephilim Emperor's anger made his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Since you want to use the Nephilim Emperor to pressure me, then fine, let's do business. After thinking about it, Ba Chai clearly had a countermeasure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared fiercely at Yi Xian and laughed strangely. Even if you really have a secret mission from the Nephilim Emperor, Ba Chai, don't know about it. It's hard to verify whether it's true or false. Not to mention that you are the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint. Even if you call yourself the Demon Prince, I still have to verify it before I can be sure of this matter. So, it's almost time to return to the demon-human star field. Since it's related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor, it doesn't matter if I return 2 years earlier. But before that, your identity is clear, so you can only obediently stay in the myriad Luo hell. As for this human woman, she's useless anyway. Let me vent my anger on her. Boom. As he finished speaking, Ba Chai's expression suddenly turned sinister. He lowered his head to look at the unconscious Lu Luo on the ground. Then, before Yi Xian could recover, Ba Chai had already raised his palm and slammed it down with a bang. With a loud bang, the bloody mist that filled the sky instantly dispersed. The unconscious Lu Luo was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a fingernail-sized piece of flesh. Ha ha ha. This person's identity is suspicious, but this is related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor. This leader doesn't dare to be negligent. Immediately inform the other 8 space fortresses to send all the resources to the wormhole area. This leader will return to the demon-human star field in advance. As for this person, he will be temporarily detained in the myriad Luo hell. Xiao. Laughing wildly, Ba Chai waved his hand as he spoke. A black membrane of light 100 meters in diameter instantly appeared on the floor of the hole. Yi Xian, who was shocked by Lu Luo's tragic death, was caught off guard. He only felt the air beneath his feet as his body fell into the black membrane of light. Bang bang. Clang clang. His body fell heavily to the ground. Before Yi Xian could get up, a familiar sound rang in his ears. It was the sound of the myriad cataclysmic prison cage falling down. Looking around, his face gradually darkened. Everything around him was familiar yet unfamiliar. The environment was exactly the same as the first floor of the Black Mosquito's lower cabin. However, the Federation experts imprisoned in the cages in the distance were all unfamiliar faces. Without a doubt, this was the myriad cataclysmic prison in the Black Wind's lower cabin. In just a few short months, he had been imprisoned in 2 different demon-human fortresses. This was really annoying. What made him feel even more guilty was Lu Luo's death. When he thought about how that girl had fallen into a coma with a huge grudge against him before her death, and how he didn't even have a chance to explain himself, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable surge of pent-up anger in his chest. He clenched his teeth, only wanting to kill. After a long time, Yi Xian's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage, he closed his eyes and quickly analyzed the situation he was facing. There was no doubt that as soon as he returned to the demon-human star field, his lies would immediately be exposed. The huge trouble he had mentioned before was this matter. To him, there were only 2 paths to take. Either he stopped Ba Chai from returning to the demon-human star field, or he had to kill or subdue Ba Chai before the Black Wind entered the wormhole and returned to the first universe on the other side. No matter which of these 2 paths he chose, he had to refine a level 9 or even level 10 slave seal. Only then could he be considered to have the conditions to make a move. The reason why he needed a grade 10 slave seal was because Ba Chai was already in the 8th realm, the Black Hole realm. Once he stepped into the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm, even a grade 9 slave seal might not be enough to protect him. Chapter 27:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Legendary Battleship Purple Cave shuttle. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yi Xian, who had been imprisoned in the myriad shifting hells once again, hadn't moved his body at all. His eyes were shut tight and he was in a state where he had forgotten everything. Although he appeared to be extremely calm, the mind source core in his mind was the exact opposite. It was constantly operating frantically. Within 10 days, a large amount of spirit source energy was continuously extracted from the spirit source core in Yixian's sea of consciousness. Then, according to the unique method of condensing a slave seal, he condensed it again and again, compressing it again and again. From the very beginning, the first level slave seal continuously increased its level and quality. However, the slave seal that Yixian had condensed was only one. As the level of the slave seal increased, the amount of time and energy required to condense it would increase exponentially. Even the amount of mind source power that had to be invested would increase exponentially. If Yixian wanted to condense a level 10 slave seal, he would need at least half a month, given his usual speed. However, this time, he had sunk into a complete frenzy. He hadn't slept or rested for 10 days and nights before he finally managed to condense the slave seal in his mind and forcibly raise it to level 10. This was the first level 10 slave seal that Yixian had condensed. Compared to the previous slave seals, after reaching level 10, the pure black color of the slave seal had turned into a black with hints of purple. It also emitted an indescribably mysterious aura. Yixian had a lot of confidence in this level 10 slave seal after just one look. He had a faint feeling that the slave seal after level 10 seemed to be different from before. It wasn't just the color, but most of its effectiveness had also undergone a qualitative change. However, this was just a guess at the moment. He would have to wait until he successfully planted this level 10 slave seal on Barakai before he could verify it. After the successful condensation of this level 10 slave seal, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down by half. However, this was only half of it. In his opinion, having a level 10 slave seal only meant that he had the qualifications to attack Barakai. However, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Yixian decided to make some preparations before he made his move, in case he had no way out if he failed. He planned to fuse the battle armor, battle weapon, and personal warship that had already been fused 4 times. He believed that after completing the 5th fusion, the battle armor and warship, which were already top grade, would most likely be upgraded to star-grade legendary grade treasures in one fell swoop, and because of the birth of the sword spirit, the sword, the demonic blood star essence, a legendary grade treasure, and the sword. In this way, even if the operation to plant the slave imprint on Bachai failed, once they shed all pretense of cordiality, whether it was struggling or waiting for an opportunity to escape, Yixian would be more confident. Of course, in order to achieve quality improvement, the level and quality of the consumables and similar treasures added to the 5th fusion had to be carefully selected. After making his decision, Yixian immediately became spirited and began to carefully choose. Yixian didn't look through the tens of thousands of small space boxes in his undying world. Firstly, there were too many of them, and secondly, although the people he had extorted were all quite wealthy, the best things were in the 30% share that they kept for themselves. Although the 70% share that Yixian obtained was also extremely rare, it was clearly insufficient for the important 5th fusion. Fortunately, he had found a few decent legendary, epic, and even supreme-grade treasures and materials in the Black Mosquito ship's 3rd warehouse. This time, they were just right for him. After some consideration, Yixian chose 3 of them. They were star-tier crystals, undying void metal, and the wormhole warship. There were a total of 3 pieces of star-tier crystals. Yixian only took one and planned to refine it into his demon blood star essence sword. It was an epic-grade mineral that could enhance the sword's spirituality. As for the void indestructible gold, Yixian planned to refine it into the violet phoenix glass armor. It was a starry sky treasure-grade mineral, and with the fusion of this metal, Yixian's battle armor would definitely level up. It wouldn't be impossible for it to jump to the epic grade. After all, the void indestructible gold that was fused into the void indestructible gold was a rare starry sky ore. As for the wormhole ship, there was no need to mention it. Although it was only an epic warship, it was extremely sturdy and could withstand the terrifying crushing force of the wormhole jump. If this ship was fused with the Purple Star Shuttle, allowing the Purple Star Shuttle to possess such terrifying sturdiness, then once the 10th level slave seal on Bachai failed, Yi Xian would still be able to think of a way to escape from the Black Wind Battlestar. Even if Yi Xian was dragged into the depths of the graveyard's core, the natural wormhole that led to the first universe, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid. Yi Xian ran through all the details once more, and made sure he didn't overlook anything. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the Purple Star Shuttle and the wormhole warship he'd just taken from the undying world into the devouring system. To be more precise, it was the fusion system attached to the devouring system. The familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Purple Star Shuttle and wormhole warship. Begin fusion. Yi Xian immediately gave a definite reply. Then, with a thought, he threw over a large pile of star core sources. This was the energy required for the fusion process. Ding! Beginning the 5th fusion of Purple Star Shuttle. Progress 1. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the notification. According to past experience, the 5th fusion would take a long time, at least 6 days. Yi Xian took advantage of this time to close his eyes again and began to refine a new slave seal, just in case. 6 days later, Yi Xian withdrew his consciousness from the continuous refinement of the slave seal. After waiting for half a day, the notification that the 5th fusion was complete finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 5th fusion is a success. The Purple Hole Shuttle has been acquired. Grade, Legendary Private Warship. Although it was only at the legendary level, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied. After all, a successful fusion meant that his Purple Hole Shuttle would be able to withstand the terrifying void-crushing force of a natural wormhole jump like those large warships and space fortresses. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly sank into his body with such joy. After examining it for a while, he discovered that the Purple Hole Shuttle's sleek and handsome appearance hadn't changed at all. However, there were now some slightly blunt edges that looked like muscles. Its color had also changed from its original light purple to a purplish black, and its aura was more restrained and heavy. At a glance, it was obvious that its sturdiness had improved by a large margin. Immediately after, Yi Xian directly threw the remaining 4 treasures and consumables to the fusion system at the same time. A notification sounded out in his mind in the next instant. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Demonic Blood Star Essence Sword and Star Tear Crystal. Begin fusion. Chapter 27:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Epic Grade Battle Armor. Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply when he heard the notification. At the same time, he threw over a large amount of star core energy that would be used as energy for the fusion. After doing all this, he closed his eyes again. This time, the fusion of 2 treasures at the same time would take a longer time, at least 11 or 12 days, which was enough time for him to condense a large number of slave seals for backup. Fortunately, the last batch of Demonkin brain cores he had thrown to the devouring system for decomposition was quite large. Furthermore, most of them were elite Demonkin brain cores, so their quality was pretty good. The mind power source they contained was also quite boundless. Otherwise, if he had continued to crazily condense slave seals, the mind power source core in his knowledge sea would have been sucked dry. 12 days later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Sure enough, in the next instant, the system notification that the fusion of 2 treasures was successful sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Devil Blood Star Tears Sword has been obtained. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Indestructible Glass Armor has been obtained. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Everything was as Yi Xian had speculated. The battle armor that had completed the fifth fusion surpassed Yi Xian's small private battleship in terms of grade and reached the Starry Sky epic grade. The Devil Blood Star Tears sword had already been promoted to the legendary rank after the birth of the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This time, with the addition of the epic rank Star Tears Mother Tear, it was expected that the Devil Blood Star Tears sword would advance to the epic rank. The reason why the indestructible glass armor, which had also been successfully integrated for the fifth time, could skip the legendary grade and be promoted to the epic grade in one fell swoop was because the indestructible void metal that had been integrated this time was an extremely precious mineral of the Starry Sky level. After completing the fifth fusion, the Devil Blood Star Tears sword and the indestructible glass armor, which had both become epic grade battle armors, were different from before in terms of appearance and aura. Although the Devil Blood Star Tears sword was still blood red in color, there were now some silvery white teardrop-shaped engravings on the blood red patterns that originally covered the blade. It looked much more lively, and its power had definitely increased by quite a bit as well. As for the indestructible glass armor, after this fusion, it was no longer as feminine as before. Its lines were firm, and it gave off the aura of the void metal, as well as an inexplicable mysterious and inspiring. After a full 28 days, Yi Xian could be said to be preparing for the fifth fusion of the battle armor and the battleship. In addition to the first level slave seal, he had the number of slave marks in the following 18 days. The star translation, 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 translation. Translation Yi translation, 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 Yi translation translation translator. When everything was ready, Yi Xian began to consider the next step of the plan. What he wanted to know the most was the location of the Black Wind. For example, was it still in the graveyard star field? Or had it entered the deepest wormhole in the core of the star field, and was currently in the process of jumping through wormholes? This was very important. It was related to what Yi Xian should do in case he failed to plant a slave seal on Bachai. Unfortunately, although he had the purple hole shuttle, he could only leave the cage, and could not walk out of the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Wind. The old method he used in the Black Mosquito ship could not be used again. On the one hand, time was of the essence, and there was no way he could eat up the purple wind layer by layer. Besides, he did not have enough slave marks now, so he did not have the time to continue forming more. More importantly, when he was on the Black Mosquito ship, he was basically a nobody, and did not attract any attention. But here, Yi Xian did not have the opportunity to sneak into the prison and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Those people had obviously been warned by Bachai, and during this period of time, they would wander around twice a day and keep an eye on him. As long as there was the slightest movement, Bachai, who was on the top floor of the Black Wind, would be alerted immediately. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids he had just exchanged. If he used all 3 of them at the same time, perhaps the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain would be able to recover in a short period of time. If that was the case, then with this fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, Yi Xian would be able to activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system. In other words, it was like a portable satellite base station, and no matter where he was, he would be able to forcibly invade the star network of the nearby administrative planet. He would even be able to use the star network of the administrative planet, and invade the star network of a higher level. Of course, taking into account the energy consumption of the fusion system, once this independent communication system was activated, it would most likely be used in the same way. Invading the star network of an administrative planet might be easy, but if he used this method to forcefully connect to the star network, the energy consumption would increase exponentially. However, this was not a problem for Yi Xian now. The amount of star core origin in his undying world was simply too vast, and he did not feel any heartache about using it. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to successfully activate this starry sky independent communication system. This way, even if he was trapped in the bottom level of the Black Wind, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from the outside world without anyone noticing. He might even be able to directly invade the star superbrain at the top of the Black Wind's main AI control center. If that was really the case, once Yi Xian successfully took control of the Black Wind, Ba Chai would instantly meet a tragic end. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart palpitated with excitement. He immediately took out the small box containing the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain from his undying world. At the same time, he also took out an ordinary small box. This was the item that Yi Xian received from a female AI robot at the exchange counter of the Sky River Star Federation Affairs Hall a month ago. Inside the box were the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluid worth 30 million Federation contribution points. Due to the complicated circumstances at that time, and the fact that Yi Xian was certain that the Myriad Net Alliance would not tamper with this kind of thing, he did not open the small box to inspect it. But now, he casually sent out a divine sense imprint to erase the simple seal on the small box. As the small box was opened, a small but extremely bright golden light shot out from the box without any warning. It instantly entered Yi Xian's forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. As if it had grown eyes, it directly imprinted itself on Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Then, a majestic and mysterious energy suddenly exploded, causing Yi Xian's body to shake violently and almost fall down. Chapter 27:17 Immortal Ancestral Dragon Blood Boom. A terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens and the earth resounded in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His primordial spirit and consciousness were unable to resist at all. In an instant, it was as if they were being pulled into a huge black hole, entering a dreamlike place. This was an expanse of the starry sky. It was spacious, distant, and silent, and it revealed an extremely strong and simple aura. It was like at the end of a certain universe, and it flowed along the river of time to return to the legendary primeval times. What was strange was that with the appearance of this ancient starry sky, the roar in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also instantly stopped. Turning his head to look around, his eyes immediately burst out with suspicion and confusion. This mysterious starry sky that revealed a strong ancient aura seemed vaguely familiar. Right, it was exactly the same aura as the mysterious starry sky that he had seen twice when he was cultivating the incomplete Dongshu scripture. The only difference was that in the ancient starry sky scene that the incomplete Dongshu scripture brought to him, there was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as the entire universe, but here, there was nothing. Roar! Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, at the end of the endless starry sky in the distance, a high-pitched roar that could split the heavens and earth suddenly came without warning, like the roar of a dragon. No, it was not like, this was indeed the roar of a dragon. Because in the next moment, in the deep galaxy at the end of his line of sight, a golden figure that was not the slightest bit weaker than the Dongshu giant turtle appeared. A dragon. A golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar! Just as Yi Xian was in shock, the golden dragon had already stretched out its neck and roared again. With a casual wave of its right front claw, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, forming a huge black hole that revealed an endless devouring power. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but it was unable to shake even a single scale of the golden dragon. Terrifying. An absolutely terrifying existence, just like the Dongshu giant turtle, should be an existence of the same level. Perhaps if they only existed in the primordial times. In the current world, it was impossible for such a powerful life form to exist. Swish! As the second dragon roar faded away, the giant golden dragon in the distance seemed to inadvertently glance in the direction of Yi Xian. Then, as the giant golden dragon raised its right front claw and pointed at Yi Xian across the endless void, the sound of breaking air instantly approached. A ray of light that was only the size of a fingernail but blossomed with a blazing golden light directly entered the dragon's forehead. This scene was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid before he was pulled into this mysterious void by the sudden boom in his mind. It was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Before Yi Xian could think about the cause and effect of the cause and effect, his primordial spirit consciousness had already been shaken again. In an instant, he was squeezed out of the mysterious illusion of the starry sky by an irresistible force. At the same time, it was as if a star had exploded within his sea of consciousness, and a large amount of ancient, obscure, and mysterious runes instantly appeared. What was even stranger was that Yi Xian clearly didn't recognize a single one of them, but as these ancient runes transformed into a river of runes that charged into his primordial spirit, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, and all of his profundities were instantly comprehended. The giant golden dragon that was in existence of the same level as the Dongshu giant turtle was called the ancestral dragon, and the tiny ray of light that shot into the forehead of Yi Xian's primordial spirit when it bent its claw and the ancient illusion of the starry sky just now was a drop of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, called the immortal ancestral dragon's blood. To put it bluntly, it was actually a seed of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Of course, this seed was not personally given to Yi Xian by the golden ancestral dragon. The illusion just now was only the shadow of the inheritance that was branded in this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. The real immortal ancestral dragon's blood had actually been shot out from the small space box that contained the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. It had entered Yi Xian's body and branded in his primordial spirit. This drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood represented the inheritance of a bloodline. And the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into Yi Xian's primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky represented the inheritance of a power. To put it simply, if you obtained the actual drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, it was equivalent to you having a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body, but that was it. Only when you obtained the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into your primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky would the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body be officially recognized. The vast amount of obscure runes contained within the ray of golden light was the secret of the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance. It was a body tempering technique unique to the golden dragon tribe that could be called an immortal treasure body after reaching the pinnacle. The grade of this body tempering technique was definitely not inferior to the incomplete Dongshu technique that Yi Xian had obtained, which was suspected to be related to the Dongshu giant tortoise. Furthermore, this technique was complete. This was simply an enormous fortune. Yi Xian didn't need any more cultivation techniques. He had the Golden Dragon tribe's inherited technique for body tempering, and he had the incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise's spirit source core. Even the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was different from the spirit source core of an ordinary demon. While other people's spirit source cores were black, his spirit source core was purplish black. Physical body, spirit, mind power. If Yi Xian developed these 3 aspects at the same time, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Yi Xian felt as if he was in a dream. The incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise and the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness could be considered a huge surprise. However, compared to the immortal ancestral dragon's blood and the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance, they were really insignificant. This time, Yi Xian was clearly a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. He had inexplicably obtained a huge fortune. A fortune from the immortal imperial family. As the drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood was branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and merged with his consciousness, the figure of an old woman appeared in his mind. She was graceful, luxurious, and extraordinary, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. In addition to this old woman's figure, there were also a few simple words. Xian, I never expected that you would reach the black hole Great Circle in just a short 100 years. I am very gratified. Since this is what you need, I will use my personal authority to deliver these 3 vials of level 9 liquid to you as quickly as possible. In addition, there is also a drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood that you have always dreamed of. There are only a few drops of this item left in the Imperial family's ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors of the Dragon clan. It is said to be the supreme blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Originally, it could only be bestowed to the direct descendants of the Imperial family who have completed the ultimate trial. I have bitterly begged your father for more than 10 years and paid a hefty price to obtain it in advance. I hope that it can help you break through the black hole realm in one fell swoop and successfully obtain the recognition of this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. You will inherit the power inheritance contained in the ancestral dragon's blood and brand your primordial spirit with the ancestral dragon's aura. Chapter 27:18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The black wind trembled. After explaining everything, the image of the woman and the voice in Yi Xian's mind quickly dissipated. There was no longer any trace of them. Yi Xian understood after thinking about it for a while. After all, the woman's action was against the rules. The requirements of the Everlasting Dynasty's ultimate trial were very strict. She couldn't leave any traces that could make her be restrained by her opponent. As the image and voice in his mind disappeared, Yi Xian completely understood the cause and effect of this matter. It was no wonder that Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long would misunderstand. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Even a certain noble lady of the imperial family on the immortal star, far away in the imperial capital, firmly believed that he was her son, let alone others. On one hand, Yi Xian's identity had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of him before. This was in line with the requirements for a direct descendant of the imperial family to participate in the ultimate trial. On top of that, not only did he happen to have the word Xian in his name, but he also made it into the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution point ranking in just a few days. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The real direct descendant of the imperial family must have come to the graveyard domain and had a way to quickly obtain a large amount of contribution points from the Federation. And the noble lady in the everlasting star of the imperial capital just so happened to know about this. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the Sky River domain, which was the closest star to the graveyard domain. How could she not misunderstand? When too many coincidences were put together, it was no longer a coincidence. It was the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was the only explanation for all of this. While sighing, Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw the small spatial box in his right hand. 3 tubes of golden level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be seen inside the box. I can finally begin. I hope that piece of the immortal grade superbrain can recover its vitality as soon as possible. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately opened the small box of star essence crystals in his left hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all 3 tubes of level 9 liquid into it, submerging the piece of super brain fragment that was like a withered yellow slice within the box. Following which, he sensed the aura of the star essence source crystal and closed it again. With a flip of his hand, he kept the star essence source crystal into his undying world. Robber! Robber! Bastard! You despicable and shameless bastard! How dare you take it away from us? That drop of immortal progenitor is obviously mine. Return it, or I'll. As soon as all of this was done, not far from the right side of the cage, a manic cursing voice that seemed to be filled with resentment suddenly sounded. It stunned Yi Xian and he reflexively turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. In his line of sight, in the cage closest to Yi Xian 300 to 400 meters away, there was a young cultivator with an imposing appearance. He was crouching in front of the pillar of the cage, staring straight at Yi Xian. His eyes were as red as blood and filled with resentment. His expression was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to devour someone. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Long Xian. He almost called out the immortal dragon blood. In addition, this person's appearance was similar to that of the noblewoman of the royal family. The facts were very clear. The guy in the opposite cage was most likely a direct descendant of the royal family of the immortal dynasty. And he was in the final trial. Although he did come to the graveyard star field, he was so unlucky that he was captured at the bottom of the black wind and became a prisoner of the demon. It was not difficult to understand why the other party could confirm that he had taken away his fortune at a glance. How could something like the immortal dragon blood be ordinary? As a direct descendant of the royal family, the other party could sense his aura as soon as he appeared. In addition, with the 3-level, 9-gene cultivation fluids that appeared in his hands just now, the other party could roughly analyze the inside story with a little deduction. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately embarrassed. Although there was a reason for this, and everything was just an accident, the fact that he had taken what originally belonged to the other party was undeniable. Even if he hadn't been seen, with Yi Xian's character, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Now, not only was the victim in front of him, but he even saw the whole process of Yi Xian obtaining the drop of immortal dragon blood with his own eyes. This matter was so coincidental that it was unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how embarrassed he was, there was no other way. That drop of immortal dragon blood had been branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and melted his divine sense. It was like an inseparable whole body. Even if Yi Xian wanted to return it, there was absolutely no way he could take it out and return it in one piece. However, the other party was a prince. With his status, even if Yi Xian had a lot of good things on him, it would be difficult to find anything that could enter the eyes of the family. Moreover, even if Yi Xian had something that was comparable to the immortal ancestral dragon blood, he might not be able to be so heartless as to give it away. This matter was really difficult. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He felt guilty and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Prince Long Xian, who was in the cage, had been cursing the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, he believed that Yi Xian was determined to deny it. The curses in his mouth became more and more unpleasant to hear. Unknowingly, even Yi Xian frowned as his annoyance grew. In the end, Yi Xian simply closed his eyes and sealed his 5 senses, treating everything in the outside world as if it didn't exist. Even the slight apologetic feeling in his heart disappeared in an instant after he received the stench from the other party. He was a proud person. How could he allow others to casually curse him like this? Everything had a cause and effect. If he accidentally obtained the immortal dragon blood from the other party was the cause, then in Yi Xian's view, the curses he had just received from the other party were enough to be the cause. From now on, they didn't owe each other anything and had no more disputes. His heart was at ease. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's state of mind gradually calmed down. He soon forgot about Prince Long Xian in the opposite cage and entered a state of deep concentration. He analyzed the current situation and deduced the subsequent countermeasures. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have captured the biological frequency of the immortal superbrain. Do you want to examine it immediately? So fast. These 3 words flashed in his mind. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the small box of star marrow crystals that he had just put into the undying world and opened it. As the lid was opened, an extremely obscure and faint mysterious aura rushed out. However, when Yi Xian tried to sense it carefully, he strangely found that he couldn't touch anything. It was as if the aura didn't exist at all. Rumble, while he was marveling inwardly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The floor of the cataclysm under his feet suddenly shook violently. This was the rhythm of the entire Black Wind Bastion shaking. A light flashed in Yi Xian's mind and he immediately closed the box. Chapter 27:19. The superbrain's level suppression. The only use of a superbrain was to act as a biological intelligence hub in a multitude of interstellar networks of varying sizes. It could be as large as the third universe's interstellar network, as small as the interstellar network of an administrative planet, or even the interstellar network of a bastion. Its function was similar to that of a human's brain. This had to do with the level of the superbrain. For example, the one in the imperishable star of the everlasting dynasty was the highest level of immortal rank. The one that could be used in the interstellar network of a bastion was the most common of all superbrains. For example, the ones that acted as the control hub of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's bastions were the most common. The Black Mosquito's superbrain had been refined by Yi Xian. Its effect was similar to controlling a human's thoughts. Since then, the Black Mosquito had become Yi Xian's personal property. He could control everything with a single thought. Through this incident, Yi Xian had become very familiar with the superbrain's aura. Just now, when the Black Wind had shuddered violently without warning, Yi Xian had caught a whiff of the superbrain's aura. It was dim, but there was a clear sense of fear. That was why an idea flashed through his mind so quickly. He almost subconsciously closed the small box containing the immortal rank star essence crystal that contained the fragment of the star essence crystal. At this moment, as the small crystal box closed, the violent trembling of the Black Wind instantly disappeared. Just this point alone was enough to confirm Yi Xian's guess. As expected, the immortal rank superbrain had a natural advantage over the normal rank superbrain. This was very normal. Many creatures in the natural world were like this. Although the box in his hand contained only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain, it still exuded the unique aura of an immortal rank superbrain when it was rejuvenated by the 9th grade gene cultivation fluid. It may be weak, but it was real. The other existences might not have reacted, but for all the normal level superbrains, it was like a commoner meeting a king. It was impossible for them not to tremble. This kind of level suppression effect was just the natural instinct of the superbrain species. It had nothing much to do with Yi Xian. But now, it was this unexpected discovery that made him feel enlightened. All his troubles and worries had actually vanished completely in an instant, and it was like a violent gale had swept past, causing the clouds to disperse and the mist to become clear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal rank space superbrain fragment. Activation requirements met. Would you like to activate the space-level personal communication system? As Yi Xian put away the star marrow crystal box that contained the immortal rank star superbrain fragment and tossed it to the devouring system, the long-awaited system notification soon rang. At this moment, Yi Xian's breathing quickened, and he gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Following that, the notifications from the devouring system sounded again, one after another, like a bombardment. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Starry Sky personal communication system has been successfully activated. Current level of the star brain, fragment. Current level star brain frequency coverage, 1 light moon in diameter. Current level network communication ability, connection is limited to same level communication, cross-level communication is not allowed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered star brain frequency coverage. Type, micro-local area network. Star brain level, normal. Would you like to connect to it immediately? When the system notification finally ended in his mind, Yi Xian felt a little dazed. After calming himself down, he began to analyze it one by one. First of all, the Starry Sky personal communication system had been successfully activated. Moreover, the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain seemed to have become the core of this communication system from now on. Just like the immortal rank star superbrain on the immortal planet, it would handle all the exchange of data. Furthermore, from the analysis of the notification just now, the newly activated personal communication system seemed to have different levels, and these levels were directly linked to the star's superbrain, which was the intelligence core of the system. Right now, the intelligence core of the system was only a fragment of the immortal rank star's superbrain, so it was the lowest level. The furthest the star brain's frequency could cover was 1 light moon. Of course, this distance would increase in the future as the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain grew. As for how it would grow, Yi Xian didn't have time to examine it in detail. Other than that, the fragmented personal communication system could only capture the frequency signals of other space networks within the diameter of 1 light moon. After connecting, it could only move within the space network of this level, and there was no way it could forcibly cross the boundary and invade the network of the next level. For example, if it captured the frequency signals of the star network of the Sky River planet, then once connected, it could only move within this level of star network. If it wanted to go against the flow and invade a higher level of star network of the heavenly dust star nation, unfortunately, it was not enough. As for the micro-local area network mentioned by the system, it was without a doubt the internal network of the Black Wind Bastion. From the content of the notification, Yi Xian's personal communication system was able to detect and capture the frequency signals of other stars' superbrains to connect to other star networks. After all the galactic-level networks, from the top network covering the entire Universe 3 to the local network inside a space fortress, were all galactic supercomputers. The only difference was that they were of different levels. After understanding the basic situation, Yi Xian didn't immediately give the order to connect to the Black Wind's AI core. He couldn't escape anyway. What he was most concerned about was the growth and evolution of this immortal rank star superbrain fragment. After all, the function of this fragment was too simple and too weak. It was too different from Yi Xian's original intention. With this question in mind, he immediately searched the internal database of the personal communication system. It didn't take long for him to understand. The AI core of this personal communication system that Yi Xian had just activated was only a fragment of a fragment. But as long as it was active again, then it would be like Earth's Taisui fungus. It would grow through constant cell division until it was completely restored to its original form. Of course, the star's superbrain was like Taisui fungus. It was a strange existence that existed between life and non-life. It didn't have any cells, but the general idea was correct. The only difference was that the Taisui fungus on Earth would grow slowly even if it was soaked in clear water. However, the fragment of the superbrain had to use a special mineral called the demonic black crystal in order to achieve the same effect. Coincidentally, not only did Yi Xian have this demon sense black crystal, he had a lot of it. Chapter 27:20. What a big pie. The appearance of the dark crystals of demonicity seemed like a coincidence, but it wasn't hard to see why. As everyone knew, the higher the level of the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center, the wider the Starry Sky Network's coverage. The reason for this was that the Starry Sky Network's network signal was actually the biological frequency emitted by the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center. The more powerful the superbrain, the more powerful its waves were. This kind of frequency was essentially the same as the psychic powers of the demon kin. It was understandable that both the demon kin and the superbrain needed the dark crystals of demonicity. The so-called black crystal of demonic will contained a special power that could amplify the mental power of a demon kin. It was obvious that the amplification effect was beneficial to the superbrain's biological wave frequency as well. Yi Xian calmed down when he understood the situation. He had more than enough dark crystals of demonicity, more than enough for him to use. But this wasn't the time to worry about it. Their first priority was to capture Black Wind. Yi Xian immediately gave an order to the newly activated communication system, immediately connect to the internal local area network of the Black Wind Bastion and subdue and refine the main control center of the Black Wind Bastion, which was also the ordinary superbrain. Following the order, Yi Xian clearly felt a strange dark energy throbbing within his body. It was a bit like the mental energy of the devil cultivator, but also a bit like the spiritual sense of a human cultivator. It was probably the unique biological frequency of the starry sky's superbrain. This strand of biological frequency didn't need Yi Xian to control it at all. It followed the aura of the same kind of frequency and wandered out of Yi Xian's body, as if it was an invisible and intangible thread. One end was connected to Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness, and the other end was quickly twisting and turning, seamlessly inserting a needle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 4th floor of the Black Wind Battlestar and entered the central control hall of the 4th floor's core area. In the next moment, Yi Xian's mind inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was in a spiritual relationship as he sensed another strand of the same wave frequency. However, it was much weaker and carried a sense of fear. It was obvious that the immortal-level superbrain frequency that extended from his body had successfully formed a connection with the artificial intelligence center of Black Wind. In the next moment, a large number of grasps surged into Yi Xian's mind like a surging river, encompassing everything within the Black Wind. Due to the large amount of data, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt dizzy. This was because he wasn't familiar with the operation. Once he got the hang of it, he could selectively search for the data he needed and ignore the rest. Fortunately, his psychic powers were strong. He recovered after a few moments of dizziness. After that, Yi Xian began to examine the data he'd just acquired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the data didn't just include access to the main passage in Aegis, but also access to all of the Bastion's portals. It also included access to all of the portals on all 4 levels of the Bastion. Moreover, all of them had the highest level of authority. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he would be able to completely change the activation imprint of all the spatial gates without anyone noticing. In this way, even Ba Chai would find it difficult to move an inch within the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. Even his psychic seal had lost its effect. Portals and passageways couldn't be opened, so where could he go? Apart from that, the Bastion's defenses and offensive formations were all included in the data. In his ecstasy, Yi Xian immediately refined the Black Wind superbrain. He then spent some time to change all of the control permissions. In short, all of the Demonkin experts on Black Wind lost all of their authority in the blink of an eye. Everything was now in Yi Xian's hands. If he wanted to, he could absorb the Black Wind into his undying world with a single thought, just like the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he clearly didn't plan to do so immediately. Yi Xian even left a temporary expiration period for the activation of the portals and passageways. This was because he found a piece of information in the database of the Black Wind's AI core. In 2 days, the Black Wind would arrive at the edge of the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard. At that time, all of the Demonkin scouts, except for the Black Mosquito Bastion, would arrive at the wormhole. Their purpose was to transfer the large amount of rare minerals, star cores, and other treasures they had mined in their respective domains over the years to the Black Wind. They would be brought back to the Demonkin's ancestral land by the Black Wind, which was about to return to the Demonkin's domain in the first universe. Before this, the Black Mosquito Bastion's vast amount of resources had made Yi Xian so happy that he almost couldn't control himself. In 2 days, the other 9 bastions, including the Black Wind, would gather all of the resources and treasures they had collected over the years. Yi Xian almost couldn't bear the thought of such a scene. In short, it was such a big pie that he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't eat it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yi Xian stayed in the cage of the 10,000 nets at the bottom of the Black Wind. But through the Black Wind's AI, nothing in the entire bastion could escape his senses. When he was bored, he tried to connect to the Sky River network, which was the closest to him, through the Black Wind's internal LAN. He wanted to know how the Sky River network reacted after he was abducted. But the results were disappointing. The levels of the LAN were very strict. The immortal grade AI on the immortal planet in the imperial capital controlled the level 1 LAN. The AI in the capitals of the 3 great empires controlled the level 2 LAN. In the territories of the 3 great empires, the superbrains in the capital planets of the smaller empires controlled a large amount of level 3 StarNet. Below the small nations were administrative planets like the Sky River star. What the superbrain controlled was a level 4 star net that covered a certain number of nearby star regions. The level 5 LAN below level 4 was more of a general term. It referred to the LAN controlled by the AI in each battleship or bastion. In other words, the Black Winds LAN was level 5. Even if the AI in the Sky River Stars LAN could reach the Black Winds LAN, it was level 4. The fragmentary AI could only connect to other networks. It couldn't force its way into the level 1 network, so it was hopeless. Of course, Yi Xian could use his AI to connect to the Sky River Stars level 4 network, the Capital Planet's level 3 network, or even the Imperial Capital Planet's level 2 network. But the prerequisite is that you must at least be able to detect the superbrain waves of the star network, right? Chapter 27-21. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Opening the Myriad Prison. The Graveyard Star Zone was located in the middle of the cultivation sector and the technology sector of the third universe. There were several naturally formed wormholes in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone. One end of the wormholes was in the third universe, and the other end was in other universes or even in the nameless void. 2 of the wormholes were proven to be connected to the first universe, which was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan, and the second universe, which was occupied by the Thousand Luo Federation and other space races except for the human race. Other than that, there were 3 other natural wormholes. Nobody knew where they were connected to, and few people dared to enter them because none of the experts who entered the 3 natural wormholes ever came back. Although the 5 natural wormholes were all located in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone, they were quite far away from each other. They were at least several light years away. Of course, given the current technological strength and the cultivation civilization of the Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan, a distance of several light years was nothing in the eyes of true experts. The natural wormhole that was connected to the first universe, which was controlled by the Heavenly Legacy clan, happened to be at the edge of the 5 natural wormholes. Moreover, because this natural wormhole was the only passage for the Tianji clan of the first universe and the many slave clans under their command to enter the third universe of the human race, it was rare to see the figures of the Federation around this wormhole. The closer one was to the edge of the wormhole, the fewer human cultivators and experts of the Thousand Luo Federation could be seen. As time passed, the space closest to the edge of the wormhole had almost become the frontline base of the Heavenly Legacy clan and their slave races in the third universe. A large number of slaves of the Heavenly Legacy clan in all kinds of shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere near the wormhole. But today, this star field was rather deserted, because 8 of the 10 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps had strangely arrived in one day. Of the 3 known stable universes, the first universe was in the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race. The second universe was inhabited by a large number of other space races that had joined the Federation. The first universe, on the other hand, had long been unified by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Even in the third universe, the human race was actually divided into 2 camps. Although they were harmonious with each other, they were different forces after all. But in the first universe, the Heavenly Legacy clan deserved to be the only overlord. He had countless slave races under his command, and among them, the Demon Kin race was special. They looked no different from humans and were very difficult to distinguish, so they were favored by the Heaven's Legacy race the most. Among the many slave races of the Tianji clan, the other races only had a few scattered powerhouses enter the third universe of the human race. The demon race was Demon Army. Was the Demon Army? 10 space fortresses were given by the leaders of the Heavenly Legacy clan were hands. The 10 space fortresses given by the leaders was Legacy clan. The 10 space fortresses, space were space translation, and luo translation of translation was space star translation. Because of this, the other servants of the Heaven's legacy race in the first universe did not dare to provoke the demon kin race. Unknowingly, the demon race had become the most powerful slave race under the command of the Tianji clan. Therefore, when the 8 demon race space fortresses descended at the same time, the other Tianji clan slave race experts who were originally active in this area hurriedly retreated at the first possible moment. Boom! In the distance, a black bastion 10,000 meters in diameter was closing in like a small meteor. It rumbled as it approached. It soon arrived and landed in front of the other 8 space fortresses that were lined up at the edge of the wormhole. The last space fortress to arrive was Black Wind. Whoosh! 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 As Black Wind arrived, the other 8 space fortresses that had been waiting there all shot out beams of black light toward Black Wind from different directions. At the same time, a black light screen that was 1,000 meters wide appeared in the center of Black Wind. It was like an entrance to a tunnel. The 8 beams of black light all landed on the light screen and remained steady. It didn't take long for the 8 bastions in front of the Black Wind to begin the transfer of resources and treasures from the 8 bastions to the Black Wind. The 8 pillars of black light acted like a pipeline for the ship. If it was only a small amount of resources and treasures, it was completely possible to use a spatial box to store them, but because the quantity was too large, and many of the treasures were too high in grade, ordinary spatial storage magic treasures could not store them at all, so this was the only way. The 10 space fortresses of the demon race had returned to the demon domain at the edge of the first universe every 20 years unless there was a special reason. The latest return was less than 2 years away. For nearly 20 years, every bastion had been manned by 10,000 demon scouts, who worked as laborers and hunters. They had been mining star core and other rare minerals in the domain of the graveyard. They had also been searching for suitable targets and killing them for treasures. It wasn't hard to imagine how enormous the amount of resources and treasures they had accumulated was. Because of this, even though the 8 space fortresses on the other side of the space fortress used the fastest way to transport resources and treasures, the entire process still took nearly 2 hours to complete. One by one, the 8 bastions withdrew their pillars of black light and departed. The black curtain of light that hung in the middle of the Black Wind's hull, like an entrance to 1,000 meters wide, vanished as well. All of this was naturally controlled by the head scout of the demon cultivator, Ba Chai, who was in charge of the Black Wind. However, in reality, even Ba Chai didn't know that the reason why he was able to do this was entirely because Yi Xian had temporarily released his authority. His purpose was to receive this enormous amount of resources and treasures. It was free anyway. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. When all of this was over, Yi Xian immediately retracted the authority he had temporarily granted him. All of the resources and treasures he had received were stored in the 3rd level of Black Wind's warehouse. As he retracted the temporary authority, all of the storehouses were completely sealed. Not to mention the warehouse keeper devils guarding the storehouses, even Barakai was unable to open them. Hum. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, echoing in every corner of Black Wind's basement. All of the Prisoner Federation's experts were alarmed. Chapter 27-22. Amnesty, what's the situation? The opening of the Myriad Net Hell's main passage in the lower cabin immediately alarmed Ba Chai, who was in the core hall of the top floor of the Black Wind. He, who was enjoying the care of 2 beautiful demon-kin women, immediately stood up in shock and flew into a rage. Who opened the Myriad Net Hell's main passage? Hurry up and check the central control room. The only ones with this authority were the 5 demon-kin think tanks sitting in the central control room to the left of the core area of the top floor. At this moment, when the 5 subordinates accompanying Ba Chai in the luxurious hall received the order, 2 of them immediately walked towards the entrance of the luxurious hall. At the same time, they extended their mental power and transmitted the mental imprint to open the entrance of the hall. In the next instant, his spiritual brand landed on the sensor device on the side of the door. The latter flickered with a faint black light, but the door didn't move at all. He didn't open it at all. The two demon dweller managers were stunned for a moment, and the other person immediately did the same and also shot out a spiritual imprint. In the end, as expected, there was still no response. It would be strange if they could. All of the Black Wind's authority had been taken back by Yi Xian, and the entire bastion had been refined into a personal artifact like the Black Mosquito. Forget about the two of them, even Ba Chai wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the penthouse. Boss, something big seems to have happened. I don't think we can open the door. Their hearts shook violently. The two Demon Heart trusted aides stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ba Chai, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. At the same time, at the bottom of the Myriad Net Hell. Following the opening of the main passage at the center of Myriad Net's prison, a series of cracking noises rang out. The pillars around the nearly 10,000 cages scattered throughout the vast black prison were slowly retracting into the folded space of this area. Of course, all of this was done by Yi Xian. However, he didn't open all of the cages, only about 80% of them. It was completely random. The remaining 20% of the cages were completely silent. After refining the superbrain that was the core of the Black Wind's AI, Yi Xian directly grasped the identities of these 10,000 Federation prisoners. The 7,000 Federation powerhouses he released basically didn't have any background, but their cultivations weren't bad. Since Yi Xian couldn't subdue them like how he did the Demonkin thought translation, and they basically didn't mean they didn't have any precious treasures, it was better to just let them and earn a large amount of Federation contribution points for him. As translation, Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian. He didn't plan Yi Xian. Yi Xian would Yi Xian the Federation war was Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian didn't plan Xian translation art Xian translation Xian. Among them was Long Xian, a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty who was closest to his cage. At this moment, with 80% of the cages open and the main passage to leave the bastion open, the 7,000 Federation powerhouses who had just escaped were stunned for a moment. Then, they were overjoyed. They all rushed toward the main passage at the center of the black prison. Although everything that was happening in front of them was too strange, they didn't have time to think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity to escape. If the main passage closed again, that would be a real trap. Time waits for no man. In an instant, a large number of powerhouses from the Federation flew over and rushed into the black light curtain passage. Their figures disappeared, and they were completely free. This scene was like the legendary pardoning of the entire world. At the same time, near the edge of the Cataclysm prison, nearly 100 prison wardens also rushed over. Although their cultivation was low, the mysterious black fog in the black prison had a suppressive effect on the consciousness of human powerhouses. They couldn't use their cultivation at all. Even if they wanted to fight, they could only rely on their physical strength. Therefore, these prison wardens had no fear. Although they were confused by such a large-scale escape, at least they knew what they had to do. No matter what, they had to keep as many as they could. The more they kept, the better the rewards they would receive when they returned. Soon, the 100 prison wardens rushed to the edge of the black prison's main passage and began a fierce battle with some of the Federation powerhouses who had just arrived. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to any of this. The cages were closed and the main passage was open. He had done all he could. If some of these people couldn't escape in the end, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. 300 to 400 meters to the right, Prince Long Xian was angrily clinging to one of the pillars of his cage, slapping and roaring. He watched helplessly as most of his fellow prisoners escaped from their cages. More than half of them had even completely escaped through the black light curtain's main passage. Only he and a small number of unlucky prisoners' cages were unresponsive. This kind of differential treatment simply infuriated him. Open the door. Son of a bitch. Are you blind? I'm a prince. I'm the third prince of the dynasty. You should save me first. F***ck me. After slapping for a while without any reaction, Long Xian was in despair. He even revealed his identity as he roared. He felt that he was too unlucky. He had been fine for so many years in the domain of the buried meteorite, but recently, he had a lot of bad luck. First, he was captured by the Black Wind on his way back to the Sky River planet. Then, he found out that the immortal dragon blood that his mother had prepared for him had fallen into someone else's hands. Now, more than 7,000 prisoners had been pardoned, but he didn't get a share. Kachak. Just as Long Xian was roaring crazily, he suddenly heard the sound of the pillars of the cage rising and disappearing into the folded space. His face was filled with joy at first, but then he subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he found that his cage didn't respond, his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, Long Xian's gaze followed the direction of the cracking sound. 300 meters away, Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face as he calmly walked out of the cage with his hands behind his back. He even seemed to faintly glance in his direction. F***ck. This is not fair. Son of a bitch. I'm a prince. I'm Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty. You can't treat me like this. F***ck me. Seeing that Yi Xian was able to escape, but there was still no reaction from his side, Long Xian felt completely unbalanced. He continued to roar, which was heard by a large number of Federation experts who passed by his cage and were rushing toward the Black Prison's main passage. Unfortunately, no one gave him a second glance. So what if he was Prince Xian? Was he more important than running for his life? Chapter 27-23. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Trapped in a wormhole after exiting the Black Wind, Yi Xian immediately hid behind a small Death Star not far away and lay in wait. Roughly 10 minutes later, when he estimated that most of the 7,000-plus federal experts had left, he finally made his move. With a single thought, he kept the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Of course, he had also closed the main channel of the Myriad Net's prison's black light screen. According to his original plan, Yi Xian planned to first hide in a remote and secluded star region, then refine some slave seals. After completing all of this, he would release the Black Wind and enter to subdue the Demon Scout within the Battlestar. Of course, he couldn't subdue all of them. After all, he still needed a large number of demon brain cores to upgrade his spirit source core. He could just subdue half and kill half. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed out from the back of the small Death Star that he was hiding in earlier. Just as he was about to activate the Purple Hole shuttle, an irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came from the space to his right. Rumble. Not only did this force appear abruptly, but it was so strong that it caused the nearby void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's figure was pulled in uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. He streaked across the void and shot forward rapidly. When he turned his head in horror, he clearly saw that in the natural wormhole on the right that led to the first universe, there seemed to be a black light flashing quietly. And this inexplicably terrifying suction force was coming from the wormhole. F***ck. At this critical moment, Yi Xian only had time to curse. Then, he summoned the Purple Hole shuttle and entered the wormhole immediately. In the next instant, the black light flashed again in the natural wormhole. Before the Purple Hole shuttle could be activated, it was sucked in instantly and disappeared completely as if it had entered a black hole. Just as the Purple Hole shuttle was sucked in by the terrifying power of the natural wormhole leading to the first universe and disappeared into the wormhole, the Sky River star, which had just calmed down because of Yi Xian's recent departure, was once again bustling with activity. This time, Yi Xian released more than 7,000 Federation powerhouses and refined the Black Wind. He obtained a huge amount of rare resources and treasures that were originally going to be sent to the demon's ancestral land and then offered to the Tianji clan. Although outsiders didn't know about all of this, along with his identity as a Federation member, the interstellar mercenary card that was imprinted in Yi Xian's mind was completely aware of it. Moreover, before Yi Xian took out the Purple Hole shuttle, this information had already been sent out by the interstellar mercenary card using a special signal frequency. Therefore, Yi Xian's Federation contribution point skyrocketed once again. Because of this, Yi Xian finally left the human ranking list. At this moment, all the information related to him on the human ranking list were displayed in the Federation's Hall of Affairs at almost the same time. Earth ranking, 999th. Yi Xian, 9th level core realm. Interstellar mercenary serial number, the 131488080. Current Federation contribution points, 176878943, 30 million. Previously, Yi Xian was ranked 1998 on the human ranking list and had slightly more than 100 million Federation contribution points. However, he had already used up 30 million of them. Now, his Federation contribution points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million, allowing Yi Xian to rush out of the human ranking list and enter the Earth ranking. Although his cultivation had jumped from 8th level core realm to 9th level core realm, he was still in the first major realm, the core realm. On the Earth ranking list, there was no one else who had achieved this. However, all of this had happened in the short span of a day. It was difficult for the entire Sky River planet not to be shaken. Right now, the Federation's Hall of Affairs in the sky above the Sky River Star Ocean was in a complete uproar. A large number of Federation powerhouses and interstellar mercenaries were looking up at the information screen with envy, exclaiming from time to time, "Oh my God, it's happening again, as expected of my idol. How long has it been since he left?" In the blink of an eye, more than 70 million Federation contribution points have entered his account. If I had known earlier, I would have shamelessly begged him to take me out with him. Maybe some of these 70 million would have landed on me. That's more than 70 million contribution points we're talking about. He got it in the blink of an eye. Think about it, we've been in this star field for over 100 years, and we've only accumulated a little more than 1,000 points. At the same time, far away in another star field, on the immortal planet of the Empire's capital, the noblewoman suspected to be Long Xian's birth mother, wept with joy when she heard the news of the Yi Xian Federation contribution points ranking list. "Xian, you are indeed mother's good son. It's only been a month and you've already earned more than 70 million Federation contribution points. You must have killed the leader of the demon race's scouts and made a breakthrough in your realm. You little brat, you've obviously broken through the black hole realm and entered the 9th major realm. Why did you hide your cultivation to be 9th level core realm? You're still as naughty as before, achoo." As the graceful noblewoman on the undying star of the imperial capital whispered in joy, the third prince, Long Xian, who was still imprisoned in the lowest level of the Black Wind, sneezed as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but think of his mother. Long Xian sat down on the ground and choked with sobs. "Oh, mother, your son wants to go home. I've been so unlucky recently. It's so dangerous outside." In just 3 short days, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River planet, had already met 7 or 8 times to discuss matters in secret. Even now, the two of them still felt that it was inconceivable that Yi Xian had left the mortal ranking 3 days ago and charged into the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. They had personally witnessed the prince being taken away by the Demon Scouts clan ship, the Black Wind. He had already become their captive, yet he was still able to earn so many contribution points. This was completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Long was happily striding into Bai Jingjuan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Good news, great news. It's been confirmed. Our prince is fine, and he even made a great contribution. An hour ago, a large number of Federation experts returned to the Sky River planet one after another. When they saw the prince's ranking, they revealed a piece of news. It turns out that they all escaped from the Black Wind 3 days ago. There are thousands of them in total. This is exactly the same time as when the prince entered the Earth ranking list. Without a doubt, the prince saved those people. Otherwise, there's no way he could explain his 70 million contribution points. Moreover, the prince's identity has been confirmed. Some of those people said it themselves. At that time, there was indeed a young man in the Black Wind's myriad prison who called himself Prince Xian of the Empire. We didn't guess wrong. TSK, TSK, TSK. We don't have to worry anymore. As expected of Prince Xian of the Empire. Maybe he was captured on purpose just to earn contribution points. Chapter 27-24. Translator, Naoibo Studio Editor, Naoibo Studio. Descending on the demon domain. When Bai Jing-jun heard Zhao Long mention the 30% of the Federation's soldiers that he had eliminated using various methods in the past month, Bai Jing-jun was stunned for a moment. Then, he awkwardly twitched his mouth. He was the one who had reminded Zhao Long of this matter, so Bai Jing-jun was more or less responsible for it. One had to know that the Tianqian nation had stationed a total of more than 100,000 Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet. 30% was more than 30,000. Zhao Long was really ruthless. In just a short month, he had eliminated 30,000 soldiers under his command. On average, that was more than 1,000 people per day. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bai Jing-jun suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy in the past. He was really ruthless. Fortunately, because of Prince Xian, the two of them had turned from enemies to friends. Moreover, they had common interests and were firmly tied together. This made Bai Jing-jun feel slightly gratified. After calming down, Bai Jing-jun immediately smiled and led Zhao Long to sit down in the living room. Brother Zhao, you're wrong. Although it's a pity that 30% of the Federation's soldiers were eliminated, we've already confirmed Prince Xian's identity. We even have a good understanding of his mentality and methods. Under such circumstances, as long as we have a few more interactions in the future, with our abilities, it's definitely not surprising that Prince Xian would take a fancy to us and reward us. And with Prince Xian's support, the two of us won't care about this small Heavenly River planet. When the time comes, we can directly go to the Imperial capital to complete the mission. Not to mention the 30,000 soldiers stationed there. Even if all the Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet are gone, it won't matter to you or me. Ha ha ha, that's true. Zhao Long was happy to hear this and immediately laughed again. His face was full of emotion. This is really a turn of events. This Zhao never thought that after our prince was captured by the demon's Black Wind flagship, not only would he be fine, but he would also be able to cause such a commotion in the demon's space fortress. It's really amazing. Of course. He is a direct descendant of the imperial family from the imperial capital's immortal star. How could we see through him so easily? At this point, Bai Jing-jun seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and his expression changed. This isn't good. At that time, the black wind of the demon scouts took away one of the maids of the purplish warbler. Could she still be alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the news of Xuanyuan's disappearance be exposed when he returns? Zhao Long was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Rumble, boom. Yi Xian's heart had already risen to his throat as the thunderous explosions continued to resound in his ears. He concentrated his attention and tried his best to control the trembling violet cave shuttle as he aimlessly moved forward along the endless darkness before him. At this moment, he was already trapped in the natural wormhole that led to the first universe. If he had not successfully summoned the Violet Cave shuttle the instant before his body fell into the wormhole and instantly entered the inner cabin of the warship, he would have been smashed to pieces. This was a large natural wormhole that connected two universes. Even a large planet-level warship might not be able to completely protect it. With the strength of Yi Xian's body alone, it was obvious that he could not withstand the crushing force of the void within the wormhole. Fortunately, the Violet Cave shuttle that had just completed its fifth fusion not long ago did not disappoint him. After merging with the wormhole warship, the strength of the Violet Cave shuttle had increased by at least several times. Even though it was being tossed around by the void-crushing force in the wormhole like a small boat in a raging sea, it still managed to withstand it and did not disintegrate. This situation lasted for more than a month. During this time, Yi Xian did not relax at all. Although the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing, he relied on his intuition to control the Violet Cave shuttle and move forward with all his might. At this moment, at the end of the endless darkness in front of him, an extremely dim ray of starlight finally appeared. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then his spirits were lifted. The Violet Cave shuttle's speed was almost instantly raised to the extreme by him, and like a small purple-black meteor, it rapidly moved forward. Boom! The instant they rushed out of the wormhole, the hull of the purple hole shuttle shook violently again, but the tremors quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of them was, shockingly, a vast expanse of the Milky Way. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he had already stepped out of the warship. After waving his hand and keeping the Violet Cave shuttle into the undying world in his body, he concealed himself and randomly chose a direction. As he moved forward, he sized up this unfamiliar star field. It was the same endless void, and the same countless stars, big and small, scattered like the stars in the sky. This star field didn't seem to be any different from the third universe of the human race. However, Yi Xian understood that this place most likely didn't belong to the third universe of the human race. Instead, it was the first universe occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Previously, after refining the Black Mosquito Battlestar, Yi Xian more or less understood the first universe of the Demonkin's ancestral land through the Black Mosquito Battlestar's central superbrain. According to what he knew, the ancestral land of the entire Demonkin race was a desolate star field at the edge of the first universe, and the natural wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race was in the deepest part of the Demonkin star field. Therefore, Yi Xian had come from the third universe through the wormhole, and now the void of stars he had arrived in should be a corner of the hinterland of the Demonkin star field. Although the Demonkin star field was located at the edge of the first universe, its territory was vast. At the center of the star field was an enormous black star called the Demonkin star. This star was the ancestral land of the Demonkin imperial family. The endless void of stars around the Demonkin star field was divided between the 10 great tribes of the Demonkin race. Each tribe had a sizable star field. Each tribe had a grand commander and a high priest. In the entire Demonkin race, they were second only to the Demonkin emperor, and their cultivations were all above the black hole realm. Below the grand commander were the head leaders like Ba Chai, and under them were 10 head leaders. In other words, each Demonkin tribe had a population of nearly 1 million, and the entire Demonkin race had a population of more than 10 million. It didn't sound like a lot, but when he thought about how every Demonkin was worth at least 1,000 Federation points, Yi Xian couldn't stop his heart from pounding. When it came to earning Federation points, what better place than the Demonkin star field? In Yi Xian's eyes, the Demonkin star field was an unguarded fantasy hunting ground. Chapter 27-25. Cleansing the black wind for 3 whole days, Yi Xian controlled the purple cave shuttle with its concealment formation activated. Finally, they stopped at an extremely quiet border region. After putting away the purple hole shuttle, Yi Xian directly threw the Black Mosquito ship out of the undying world within his body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the inner cabin of the Black Mosquito ship. At the same time, he immediately used his mental energy to summon Barker, Mount Naibwa, Lee Mosquito, and the other demon slaves. After a short while, they arrived at the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Yi Xian first asked Barker about the cultivation progress of all the demon slaves on the Black Mosquito shuttle. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned to Naboshin and Lee Mosquito. I have already refined the Black Wind. Right now, Ba Chai and all the demon scouts on the Black Wind are trapped inside. The two of you, come with me. Help me subdue Ba Chai and clean up the Black Wind. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Barker. Also, inform Gue Hai Idao and Song Qingyu to choose 500 powerful demonkin slaves. They will enter the Black Wind with me and hunt the low-level demonkin in the second floor of the cave dwelling area. We will dissect their brains and extract their cores. After receiving the order, Barker immediately turned and left. In less than 2 hours, he returned to report that 1,000 demonkin slaves were ready to depart at any time. In that case, let's depart. Yi Xian rose at once. With a wave of his hand, he led Naboshin and Lee Mosquito out of the Black Mosquito shuttle. At the same time, a black curtain of light about 100 meters in radius appeared in the middle of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Gue Hai Idao and Song Qingyu each led 500 elite demonkin slaves and rushed out with murderous intent. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking was fleeting. When all the demonkin slaves had come out, Yi Xian put the Black Mosquito shuttle into his undying world and threw the Black Wind out. We have plenty of time. Let's start from the second floor of the Demon Dweller's cave. As he spoke, Yi Xian immediately sent out a spiritual imprint. Soon after, a door quickly appeared on the hull of the Black Wind battleship. Boom! Yi Xian took the lead. Just as his figure appeared in the central square of the second floor of the Black Wind ship, a light rumbling sound suddenly came from his right. A demonic dweller scout who happened to be in the area threw a punch at them furiously. His cultivation base was not bad, 9th level core realm. You're already at the great circle of the 9th step, yet you're still hanging around on the second floor. Looks like you're not very successful in the Black Wind. Pursing his lips, Yi Xian's figure swayed slightly as he dodged the opponent's punch. At the same time, he did not hesitate to shoot out a level 2 slave seal. At the same time, Mount Naibwa and Lee Mosquito, as well as the 1,000 demon slave elites led by Gue Hai Idao and Song Qingyu, all arrived one after another. The originally spacious central plaza was instantly filled with people. Alright, you guys are free to do what you want from now on. Kill all the demonic dweller scouts below 5th level core realm. Dissect their brains and extract their cores. As for the corpses, clean them up after the battle and pile them up in the central square. After saying that, Yi Zhuan casually chose a main passage and his figure flickered slightly as he shot out like lightning. Through the superbrain of the Black Wind ship, Yi Xian was already familiar with the situation inside this space fortress. Right now, there were about 1,500 demonic dweller elites on the 3rd and 4th floor of the Black Wind ship. These guys' cultivation bases were not bad. After all, this was the flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Corps. Their leader, Ba Chai, personally oversaw the place. The strength of his subordinates was naturally higher than the other 9 space fortresses. Basically, they were between the 3rd level satellite realm and the 6th level nebula realm. Of these 1,500 powerful demonic dweller elites, Yi Xian planned to subdue 1,000 of them and kill 500 of them. Apart from that, there were about 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers in the second floor of the demonic dwellings. All of them were at the core realm. Of these 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers, Yi Xian planned to subdue half of them and kill the other half. In that case, he needed to prepare a terrifying 5,000 slave seals. Among them, there were 1,000 slave seals from 3rd to 6th level. Right now, Yi Xian only had less than 500 slave seals. 2 9th level, 4 8th level, 10 7th level, and about 400 3rd level to 6th level. These were all emergency slave seals that he had reserved. As for the 5,000 slave seals needed to cleanse the entire Black Wind ship, he had to make a last-minute effort to condense them. With this goal in mind, Yi Xian directly arrived at a level 3 passageway. He picked a demon cultivator cave and subdued the dozen or so demon cultivator scouts inside. Then, he had them wait outside the cave and act as guards. Then, he turned around and entered the dwelling. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus on condensing demonic seals. With his current level of spiritual power, the speed at which he condensed the most common first-level slave seals was much faster than before. In less than 2 days, he had already condensed 4,000 first-level slave seals. The next step was simple. Yi Xian wandered around as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw demonic dwellers with 6th level cultivation and above, he waved his hand and subdued them immediately. A total of 4,000 first-level slave seals were used up in less than a day. At the same time, Gui Hai Yidao, Zhang Qingyu, and the rest of the demonic slaves' hunting mission was coming to an end. They began a thorough search of the entire second floor to eliminate any demonic slaves that had slipped through the net. On the other hand, Yi Xian entered a demonic dwelling again to cultivate the last 1,000 strengthened 3rd to 6th level slave seals. Although the number of slave seals he had condensed this time was only a quarter of the previous ones, they were all strengthened slave seals that were at least level 3, so it took even more time. Yi Xian only walked out of the demon cultivator's cave after a full 3 days. At the same time, thousands of demonic dwellers' corpses that had been cleaned up in the past 3 days were piled up like a mountain in the central square of the second floor's dwelling area. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, Gui Hai Yidao and Zhang Qingyu immediately went up to him and handed him over the 4,000 demonic cores that they had obtained from dissecting the demonic dwellers' brains. After Yi Xian took them, he immediately tossed them to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to immediately decompose and extract the spiritual origin power in the demonic cores. After doing all that, Yi Xian took out the Devil Blood Star Tears sword that had been upgraded to an epic combat weapon. With a shake of his hand, he tossed it out. Along with a cheerful sound, the sword instantly turned into a blood-red color. It drifted and flashed as it plunged into the mountain-like pile of corpses and began to absorb the blood essence in the corpses. Chapter 27-26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Qi Zhan Bachai. In less than 6 days, the second floor of the Black Wind's demon dwellings had been completely cleaned out. However, Yi Xian did not rush to the 3rd and 4th levels immediately. Instead, he spent another half a day reorganizing the situation. He assigned 4 Kiliarchs to each pick their own centurions and worked their way down from level to level. In the end, he formed 4 complete 1,000-man demon slave legions. During this time, Gui Hai Yidao led 500 elite demon slaves to the lowest level of the Black Wind, the Myriad Prison, and killed the hundreds of demon prison guards. Yi Xian did not plan to deal with the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation who were still imprisoned in the Myriad Prison. Since they could not escape, he would deal with them when he had the time. After everything was done, Yi Xian only brought Li Mosquito and Naboshan with him as he descended to the 3rd level. The entire 3rd level was filled with elite demons who were all at the 3rd level of the satellite realm and above. Yi Xian was no match for them with his current strength. As such, he stayed at the back throughout the entire process of clearing out the 3rd level, allowing Li Mosquito and Naboshan to crush the demons in front. All he needed to do was to casually throw out enhanced versions of advanced slave seals when the demon elites he encountered along the way were suppressed by the Li Mosquito and the Mount Naibua. It was extremely easy. The 2 Black Hole Realm experts attacked at the same time and swept through the entire 3rd level in less than half a day. Nearly 400 of the 1,000 elite demons were killed, and another 800 were subdued by Yi Xian with slave seals. As for the last 200 people, Yi Xian deliberately left them for the 4th level. There were about 300 elite demons on the 4th level. After subduing 200 of them, the rest would be killed as well. Before entering the 4th level, Yi Xian made a trip to the 3rd level's warehouse. His goal was to store the various resources and treasures in the warehouse into his undying world. Almost 20 years of accumulation from the 9 bastions was not enough to describe the vast amount of resources and treasures that Yi Xian had pocketed. What was left behind were ordinary items. After that, the 3 of them entered the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The demons on the 4th floor were extremely powerful. For example, the close to 100 bodyguards were basically all at the Nebula Realm. Even so, in the face of 2 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, they were nothing more than ants. With Black Mosquito and Naboshin taking action, it only took Yi Xian about 2 hours to clean up the outer area outside the circular corridor on the 4th floor. The last 200 demonic slaves were finally completely used up. Nearly half of them were personal guards with a Nebula Realm cultivation base. At this point, only the 3rd floor of the Black Wind Bastion and the core area of the 4th floor's circular corridor had not been cleaned up. Yi Xian planned to leave the demonic nest until the very end. In the core area of the 4th floor, there were only a dozen or so demonic powerhouses trapped there. Apart from the leader Ba Chai himself, there were only 5 think tanks, 5 stewards, 2 female demonic slaves, and 4 of Ba Chai's trusted aides. Yi Xian planned to use the slave seal to subdue Ba Chai, 1 think tank and 1 steward each. The rest could all be killed. Yi Xian had clearly informed Li Mosquito and Naboshin of this before entering the core area of the 4th floor. It would be convenient for them to make a move. It would be best if they could wipe out the rest as soon as they entered. Ba Chai was a peerless existence with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm Class 9 perfection. Although Li Mosquito and Naboshin were also in the Black Hole Realm, they were only Class 7 and Class 4. The 2 of them were barely able to fight Ba Chai together, so how could they have the spare energy to deal with other intruders? Your mission is very simple. After entering, the first thing you need to do is to kill the rest as soon as possible. In addition, you only need to work together to delay Ba Chai for a while. It's best if you can provoke him and distract him. Standing in front of the entrance to the core area of the 4th floor, Yi Xian turned to Li Mosquito and Naboshin beside him and reminded them again, this last point is very important. It can be said to be the key to success or failure. Remember this. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately activated the spirit core within his sea of consciousness and directly activated the perfect vibration skill. In an instant, his figure disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even sense the slightest bit of aura, as if he had completely disappeared. Whoosh! Immediately after, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual imprint. After it entered the sensor device on the side of the door, the originally tightly closed door suddenly opened. In the next instant, Li Mosquito and Naboshin's figures flickered and turned into 2 swift streaks of light that shot in side by side. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, quietly followed behind them. Naboshin. Black Mosquito. The strange sound of the door suddenly opening alarmed Ba Chai and his many think tanks and confidants in the sofa area of the hall. They all subconsciously turned their heads to look. Almost at the same time, Ba Chai exclaimed in surprise. At first, his face was stunned, then he seemed to realize something and instantly flew into a rage. So it was the 2 of you who were playing tricks in the dark. This daddy must kill you, boom. Whoosh! Before the furious Ba Chai could finish his words, Naboshin and Black Mosquito, who had rushed forward, had already attacked at the same time. They did not hold back and used all their strength. A majestic and mighty spiritual pressure swept out from Naboshin's body like a hurricane setting off a tsunami. It gave up on Ba Chai and instantly descended on the heads of the few demon dweller think tanks on his left side. Accompanied by the loud rumbling sound of space being shaken, it suddenly crushed down. Puff! Kachacha! Facing the full-force attack of a black hole realm powerhouse, the few demon dweller think tanks were caught off guard and immediately spat out blood without any suspense. There was even a series of ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking. Their bodies had already withered and turned into a pile of meat paste, limp on the ground. At the same time, Lee Mosquito directly returned to the body of a black mosquito demonic beast. Not only did her body turn into an ugly and terrifying giant mosquito in the blink of an eye, a pair of black translucent membranes stretched out from her back. With a light pat, countless black energy wind blades burst out of thin air, sweeping forward in an overwhelming manner. Like a hot knife through butter, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did it lock onto the figures of the other demon dweller butlers and attendants, even Ba Chai was no exception. He was also enveloped in the black cloud formed by countless spiritual wind blades. In the blink of an eye, a large area was completely enveloped, and the sound of tearing silk was constantly heard. This was the strange sound of flesh and blood being cut by the spiritual wind blades. Countless spiritual wind blades, in the blink of an eye, dismembered all the demon dweller butlers and guards except Ba Chai, turning them into countless pieces of flesh of varying sizes and falling to the ground. Chapter 27. Super Big Eater. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 confidants, stewards, and attendants were almost completely annihilated. But Ba Chai reacted from the extreme shock in an instant. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. His expression was ferocious to the extreme. Moreover, a strand of an irresistible and violent aura surged out from within his body. It raged out like a raging wave, and it transformed into a surging torrent that obliterated all things in the world. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. His whole body and mind were enveloped by an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. His life was hanging by a thread. Destruction vortex. In the face of this irresistible terrifying aura, a strong desire to survive suddenly exploded from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart and spread rapidly, causing Yi Xian to go completely crazy. He didn't even pay attention to the perfect vibration technique. His expression was ferocious as he roared resolutely. At the same time, the purple-black spiritual source core hanging in the central domain of the sea of consciousness in his mind also began to rotate at a crazy speed at this moment. All the spiritual source power contained in it was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and whizzed toward Ba Chai. At the same time, the 10th level slave seal also turned into a faint light and followed closely behind. Puff! Humph! Dang dang dang! In the next moment, the terrifying pressure roaring out from Ba Chai's body had also arrived in front of him. It was as if a huge star was blasting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward without any suspense. Even Lee Mosquito, who was also at the late stage of the black hole realm, immediately let out a muffled groan in the face of this terrifying pressure of the perfect stage 9. Her body, which was suspended in the air, was like a fallen leaf in a violent wind, showing a sense of being blown by the wind and rain. As for Naboshan, whose cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the black hole realm, his body was instantly rushed out and flew back hundreds of meters in the air. After landing on the ground, he was still frantically retreating. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded through the air. At this moment, the small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but was actually formed from the extreme compression of all the origin energy in Yi Xian's mind's core, also exploded with a loud bang. After condensing to the extreme, the vast and boundless spirit source energy completely bloomed at this moment. In less than half an instant, it had enveloped a large space of several hundred meters around Ba Chai. The boundless spirit source energy collided with each other, instantly forming a gigantic energy vortex. Berserk and tyrannical, it seemed capable of annihilating everything. Caught off guard, even Ba Chai, a perfect black hole stage 9 supreme existence, froze for a few moments in the face of this mental energy whirlpool that was so violent and berserk that it was descending upon him. Just at this moment, the level 10 slave seal that had turned into a weak ray of light quietly fell to the side of his neck. It entered his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed by Yi Xian, who was retreating backwards. His heartstrings relaxed, but at the same time, his vision turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. After a full 7 days, Yi Xian finally woke up from his coma. Although he had regained consciousness, he was still in a very bad state. There was not a single spot on his body that did not hurt. It was as if there was a ruthless, ferocious star beast hiding in his mind, continuously roaring and roaring. The rumbling sounds of explosions reverberated endlessly, giving him a splitting headache. All of this was caused by him completely exhausting all the spirit source energy accumulated in the spirit source core in his mind. It was the result of an extreme overdraft of his spirit source energy. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Do you want to immediately extract the spirit source? Just as Yi Xian was feeling gloomy over the fact that the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was completely empty, the familiar system prompt sounded at the right time. It turned out that the demon core he had thrown to the system to deal with had been completely decomposed. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately ordered the system to immediately extract all the spirit source. Soon, a warm current appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, slowly but continuously pouring into the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. The almost exploding pain in Yi Xian's mind gradually subsided because of this. After nearly an hour, it finally disappeared completely. Only then did Yi Xian realize that he was lying on a sofa in the core hall on the top floor of the Black Wind Fortress. As for Li Mosquito and Naboshin, they were sitting cross-legged on another sofa not far away, cultivating. In addition, there was another figure in the hall. It was Ba Chai, who had been subdued by the level 10 slave seal. At this moment, he was also sitting cross-legged on a sofa not far away with his eyes closed in meditation. The violent and arrogant aura from before had long disappeared. "Master, you're awake." After all, he was a supreme existence at the Black Hole Realm 9th stage. Even if he was in a state of meditation, Ba Chai still sensed Yi Xian's awakening at the first moment. He opened his eyes and got up to walk over. On the other side, Naboshin and Li Mosquito were awakened at the same time. They immediately stood up and walked over side by side. Yi Xian immediately asked about what happened after he fainted. Only then did he know that it was already 7 days later. If he counted the time he spent in the lower 2 floors, Yi Xian had been on the Black Wind for half a month. Fortunately, the Demon Scout's bastions were engraved with a concealment formation. The Black Wind was currently in such a state of concealment, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by the demon race powerhouses accidentally passing by. At present, Yi Xian's state had not yet recovered, so it was indeed not appropriate for him to leave in a short period of time. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to use this opportunity to study the immortal star superfragment. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, allowing Ba Chai, Naboshin, and Li Mosquito to move freely. There was no need for them to accompany him here. Then, he took out a small space box from the undying world in his body, which contained a large amount of demonic black crystals. Ding! Discovered demonic black crystals. Do you want to immediately absorb the demonic black crystals to nourish the star brain fragment? After opening the small space box, Yi Xian flipped his hand and threw it directly to the devouring system in his body. The next moment, the familiar system prompt quietly sounded in his mind. Absorb at full force, now. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb immediately, and then no longer cared about this matter. Everything would be handled by the devouring system. What he did not expect was that in less than an hour, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! All demonic black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragments current level, fragment. Used up. Yi Xian was stunned and almost suspected that he was hallucinating. One had to know that the small space box that he had just thrown to the devouring system contained 100 cubic meters of demonic thought black crystals. They were piled up like a small mountain, yet the immortal-grade cosmic super brain fragment that was only the size of a fingernail had been completely consumed in less than 2 hours. Chapter 27-28. Black Mosquito Holy Child's Trial. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian retrieved 2 more dimensional boxes from his undying world and tossed them to the devouring system. Once again, he gave the order to absorb as much as he could. These 2 boxes also contained 100 cubic meters of black crystals. These crystals were the most common type of cultivation resource in the bastions of the Demonkin Scouts, and they were stored in large quantities. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about the consumption of these crystals. The only thing he was worried about was the growth rate of the immortal-ranked super brain fragment. What if this guy didn't show any reaction after being bombarded with so many demonic black crystals? It would be really troublesome if that guy didn't move at all. With this big matter in mind, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to meditate and recuperate. He waited anxiously. About 4 hours later, the familiar system beep appeared in his mind again. Ding! All demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade, fragmented level. Fragmented level. Yi Xian was once again dumbfounded. With the first absorption from before, Yi Xian had already expected that the 2 small spatial boxes he threw out this time would be used up in at most 4 hours. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that even after swallowing 200 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, it was still fragmented level. This was clearly not the right rhythm. This time, I've thrown 10 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals at once. If there's still no reaction, then there's no justice in this world. After being disappointed twice in a row, Yi Xian couldn't keep his calm. This time, he took out 10-dimensional boxes from his undying world, totaling 1,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, and threw them all at the devouring system. After waiting anxiously for nearly 20 hours, the long-awaited system notification rang out once again. Ding! All black wool crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade, fragmented level. Fuck! I've already thrown in 1,300 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals and there's still no reaction. Isn't this a little too shameless? Hearing that the result was still the same, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer. He was so angry that he even cursed. He was going crazy. This is the last time. If you continue to shamelessly refuse to budge, then I won't serve you anymore. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian decided to try one last time. This time, he threw in 100-dimensional boxes from his undying world. The amount of demon sense black crystals in each box was a terrifying 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals. After that, Yi Xian began to anxiously wait for a long time. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day that the system notification that he had been waiting for finally sounded out again. Demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade, fragmented level. What the F***? Yi Xian collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gnashed his teeth and even had the heart to kill someone. The unwillingness that was stuck in his chest suddenly rose up and became even more intense. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't plan to continue trying. If there was no reaction even after throwing in 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to throw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals next? He didn't care about the demon sense black crystals, but he couldn't afford to waste time. If he really threw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to anxiously wait for the Imperial Guards for 2 months? He might even go crazy. Thinking like this, Yi Xian gave up the urge to try again. After his state of mind completely calmed down, he continued to ponder over this matter. Even Ba Chai, Naboshin, and Lee Mosquito were called over by him to analyze and ponder together. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't reveal sensitive information like the immortal grade star super brain fragment and his personal star communication system. He just casually brushed it aside. The problem should be with the demon sense black crystals. When he finished explaining the general situation, Lee Mosquito didn't think much and immediately responded, "You should have some of the most common ordinary demon sense black crystals, right? If they really don't work, I suggest you try to get some multi-pupil thought crystals." Multi-pupil thought crystals? What's the difference? Yi Xian was stunned. Only now did he know that the demon sense black crystals were the same as the star core origin. They were divided into different grades. And the ones he had were probably the most common low-grade ones. No wonder they didn't work. After all, the main body of the star super brain fragment was an immortal grade star super brain. Even if it was reduced to a fragment, its grade didn't change. How could it be interested in the most common low-grade demon sense black crystals? Multi-pupil thought crystals refer to the demon sense star crystals with pupil halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal is just a translucent black crystal. The crystal is completely empty, and there's nothing inside. Seeing that Yi Xian was confused, Lee Mosquito explained patiently with a faint smile, "As for the multi-pupil thought crystal, you can see layers of halos like pupils inside the crystal. At least one layer, and at most 9. The more halos there are, the higher the grade of the crystal. So, if the multi-pupil thought crystal is broken down, it can be called single-pupil thought crystal, dual-pupil thought crystal, 8-pupil thought crystal, and finally 9-pupil thought crystal." I see. Yi Xian immediately understood and then shook his head with a bitter smile. "If that's the case, I really can't find a single multi-pupil thought crystal in the sea of demon sense black crystals I have. I don't even have a single-pupil thought crystal, let alone a 7-pupil thought crystal." At this point, Yi Xian frowned and turned to glare at Ba Chai. "Don't tell me you've kept all of them. There are 2 huge space fortresses, but you can't find even a single-pupil thought crystal. This is very unusual. Whether it's a single-pupil thought crystal or a 7-pupil thought crystal, normal demon sense elites can't come into contact with it." Lee Mosquito covered her mouth and smiled, then said again, "Because in the entire vast demon sense star region, there is only one place that can produce multi-pupil thought crystal. Be it 8-pupil thought crystal, 9-pupil thought crystal, or the worst single-pupil thought crystal, they all come from there. Normal demon sense elites can't enter at all. So, even if there are some multi-pupil thought crystals flowing out from there, they are all controlled by some high-ranking demon sense elites. Normal demon sense elites can't even take a look at them. However, if Master really wants to enter that place, there is an excellent opportunity right now." At this point, there seemed to be an extremely dark light flashing in the depths of Lee Mosquito's eyes. She paused for a moment, then continued, "Among the 10 demon sense tribes, there is currently a vacancy for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. If I remember correctly, there are still about 2 months before the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son selection trial begins. As long as Master gets a trial spot, he can swagger into that area, because all the holy sons of the 10 tribes of the demonic dwellers were selected from the forbidden land of Saint Devil on the demonic emperor planet." Chapter 27-29. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Target, Black Mosquito Tribe. "So, I have to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe first, obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, and then go to the demonic emperor planet in the center of the demonic star area with the other trial takers. It seems a bit cumbersome." After hearing Lee Mosquito's explanation, Yi Xian finally understood, but he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at Lee Mosquito again and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way to enter the forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet other than the trial takers?" The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is not a place that can be entered casually. It is said that even the inheritance of the demonic tribe originated from there. Therefore, it is the most important place in the entire demonic star area. Besides the trial takers of the 10 tribes and the demonic emperor clan, only the 10 great commanders and 10 high priests of the 10 tribes and the direct descendants of the demonic emperor clan are qualified to enter. But even these people can't enter at any time. They only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. Even the demonic emperor himself is the same. The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is a very mysterious and independent void. The once-a-century restriction is one of the rules of this void. It is like the great Tao that everything in the universe follows. It is not something that can be changed or reversed at will. I see, Yi Xian nodded, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and continued, "It seems that we can only go to the Black Mosquito tribe to obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the demonic emperor planet. There is no time to lose. Let's go now." As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to Bachai. "You stay on the Black Wind. The supply of black crystals of demonic wool on the 3rd floor of the warehouse has been opened. Increase the combat strength of the 4,000-man demonic slaves on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. As for the 1,000-odd Federation prisoners on the bottom floor of the Myriad prison, ignore them for now. There is no need to send the jailers. Let them be for a while. After the trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe are over, I will come and deal with them." After that, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Wind with Li Mosquito and Naboshan. After stepping out of the Black Wind, the 3 of them appeared in the void of the universe in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind ship, which had been refined into a magic treasure, instantly entered Yi Xian's body and was kept in his undying world. Then, Yi Xian took out the Black Mosquito ship again. After giving a few instructions to Naibua Shan, he let him return to the Black Mosquito ship and take charge of it. The reason why Yi Xian didn't want Mount Naibua to stay outside and head to the Black Mosquito tribe with him was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, if not for the fact that he was familiar with the Demonkin star field and needed a guide by his side, he would even want to drive Lizzie back to the Black Mosquito ship. Although with their powerful black hole realm strength, if they stayed by Yi Xian's side, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety when he walked through the Devil Domain. However, this kind of reliance was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there would be great consequences. Yi Xian had just entered this starry sky world with the universe galaxy as the background, and his cultivation realm was still at the first great realm at the bottom. It was the golden period when he should face difficulties, experience trials, and grow, and quickly improve his cultivation realm. It could be said that everything was starting from the beginning. If there was a black hole realm powerhouse by his side at all times like a flower in a greenhouse, it was tantamount to destroying his future. Soon, as Yi Xian opened the black channel of the Black Mosquito ship, Mount Naibua's figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After putting the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world in his body, Yi Xian turned his head and instructed Lizzie to hide her cultivation realm at the 3rd great realm, the satellite realm, and told her some things to pay attention to when traveling in the Demonkin star field in the future. Then, he waved his hand and took out an ordinary private battleship that had just been refined, which was inconspicuous in both appearance and performance. He entered the battleship with Lizzie and quickly headed toward the star field where the Black Mosquito tribe was located. The Black Mosquito tribe was located in the northwest of the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet. The territory ruled by the tribe occupied 1/10 of the vast void of the entire Demonkin star field. In this vast star field, there were countless large and small stars scattered about, but the overall situation was basically similar to that of Universe 3, which was occupied by the human race. Most of the large and small stars distributed in the void were extremely desolate. Not to mention intelligent life, there weren't even any plants. At most, they were rich in all kinds of rare minerals and resources. This kind of desolate mineral star occupied about 90% of the total. The remaining 10% of the stars were divided into 2 types. One was the demonic beast star that was occupied by various demonic beasts. Li Mosquito was captured by the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe from the Mosquito Star. That was her ancestral land. The entire Mosquito Star was filled with countless black mosquito demonic beasts. Among all the demon beast stars in that star field, the demon beast star was the largest and most eye-catching. This was why the Black Mosquito tribe was called the Black Mosquito tribe. The demon beast star occupied more than 90% of the small 10% of the stars that had life. The last 10% of the stars was where the demons of the Black Mosquito tribe lived and reproduced. It was called the demon beast star. There were only 10 of them. The 10 demon beast stars were respectively commanded by the 10 great leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons under their command. The demon beast warriors, which were similar to the human race's army, were all in the tens of thousands. Among the 10 demon beast stars, the one called the Black Mosquito star was the headquarters of the entire tribe. The great commander and high priest, who had the most authority in the entire tribe, were in charge of the Black Mosquito star. The demon beast great leader of the Black Mosquito star, Naboshan, was sent out to represent the Black Mosquito tribe to control a space fortress and go to Universe 3 of the human race as a frontline scout. Apart from the Black Mosquito tribe, the other 9 demon tribes were basically the same. Those who were sent out to represent the tribe to control a demon beast scout space fortress were all demon beast great leaders of the tribe's main stars. As for the trial test for the Holy Sun, generally speaking, the trial takers were selected from their own tribes. Each demon tribe only had one place for the trial test. That was to say, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only 10 demon dwellers could enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil and the demon royal star. Yi Xian had just arrived, and he was a new face. It wasn't an easy task for him to obtain a share of the spoils from the 10 outer trial spots. It could even be said that there was not much hope. Yi Xian learned all this from the Li Mosquito tribe while he was on his way to the Black Mosquito tribe. Only now did he know that the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm was called the Origin realm. The great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Fengtai, and the high priest, Hue Gulei, were both in the Origin realm. Chapter 2730. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first appearance of strangeness. Although Zhuo Fengtai, the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, had a powerful cultivation base of Origin level 3 and walked the path of physical strengthening, in fact, Zhuo Fengtai might not be a match for High Priest Huigul, who was only at Origin level 1. If he went all out. This kind of situation was also common in the other 9 demon tribes. The great commander of a tribe usually had a powerful cultivation base and held real power. Although the high priest's cultivation base was lower and did not care about worldly affairs, his status was extraordinary. This was because to become a high priest, one must first become a tribe's holy son. After becoming a holy son, one must also obtain some kind of spiritual power inheritance from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land or a secret method to use spiritual power. Only then could one become a high priest. Among the 10 demon tribes, apart from the great commander and the high priest, the holy son was also qualified to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, but he could only enter once every century. Because of this, every time a tribe's holy son died and a new holy son had to be selected, almost all the demons in the tribe were tempted. After all, if one became a holy son, they would have the opportunity to become the tribe's high priest, which was a step to the sky. Considering that there were too many competitors, and the overall strength of all the demon tribe powerhouses under the Black Mosquito star, which was the tribe's main planet, was definitely better, Yi Xian decided to choose one of the 9 demon tribes as the starting point. 2 days later, Yi Xian's private warship finally entered the Black Mosquito tribe's territory. The closest demon tribe star in the void ahead was the Black Mountain star. After Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito for the direction, he immediately urged the warship to rush over. The leader of the Black Mountain star was called Sha Ming, and he was a demon tribe powerhouse who walked the path of body cultivation. His cultivation base was at Black Hole Realm Level 2, which was 2 levels lower than the Black Mountain star. Not long after, a huge planet with an atmosphere appeared in the endless void ahead. According to the direction that Lee Mosquito had pointed out, this planet should be one of the 10 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, the Black Mountain planet. Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito immediately exited the private battleship. Ji Air waved his hand to put away the battleship and went straight ahead. In the Demonkin Star area, and even in the first universe, where the other slaves belonged to the Tianji clan, things like battleships and magic treasures were very common. In the context of the Star Age, even different universes could be traveled back and forth through wormholes. Therefore, whether it was a cultivation system or anything else, as long as there was something extraordinary about it, it would spread quickly. In fact, Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito had encountered quite a few Demonkin warships on their way here from the very edge of the Demonkin Star region. At first, Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he got used to it after seeing so many of them. However, although the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, had achievements in science and technology that surpassed the human races, the Demonkin were nothing more than a slave race of the Tianji clan. For a slave race like this, the Tianji clan would not spare any effort to take care of them. Therefore, none of the Demonkin planets in the Demonkin star area had anything like the defensive formations of the human race's administrative planets. However, the star network still existed. After all, the first universe was so big that if the star network was not popularized, the Tianji clan would not be able to easily control all the slave races under their command. Moreover, the star network of the first universe also used the star superbrain as a biological intelligence center. Even the planets of the third universe's human race's science and technology faction only used ordinary superbrains as the intelligence center of the starry sky network. As for the Demonkin, as the servant race of the Tianji race, the superbrains used by the ordinary Demonkin planets in their starry sky field were naturally not high-quality goods. In fact, it was very likely that the star superbrains used by the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps were the lowest of the low. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could refine the Blackwind star superbrain as well as he did the Blackwinds. The idea flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Black Mountain was an enormous Demonkin planet. Unlike a bastion, it didn't even have a defensive formation. Even if Yi Xian did refine the star superbrain, he couldn't do what he did with the Black Wind. He couldn't seal off all of the Demonkin and imprison them like he did with the Black Wind. In fact, all he needed was the Holy Sun trial spot on planet Black Mountain. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to refine their superbrain. All he needed to do was connect to their network and get some information. Once the decision was made, Yi Xian sent a command to the communication system to search for the star superbrain's frequency, then select the nearest channel to connect to the star network. Moreover, considering the fact that after the Black Wind battleship superbrain was successfully connected to the starry sky superbrain, before Yi Xian could react, countless information and data instantly entered his brain, almost causing his mind to become unstable. This time, after Yi Xian gave the order, he specially added a sentence at the back. There was no need to rush the transmission of all the information and data. If he needed anything, he could give the search conditions at any time. At that time, he could just search on the spot. A moment later, the sound of a system notification filled his mind. Ding! Beginning search for star network frequency, search complete. Beginning screening, ding. Screening complete. Connection successful. Network attribute, low star network, Black Mountain. Superbrain grade, normal damaged. Will you refine it? Or consume it? Refine it? Or consume it? Hearing the last sentence, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. After that, a few black lines crawled out of his forehead. Could it be that he had let that immortal rank space super brain fragment astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection? The last time he contacted the central superbrain of the Black Wind, it didn't give him such a notification. As the AI core of a communication system, it was not right for it to want to devour other superbrains of the star network. Why did he feel like he had encountered a bandit who had just left the mountain? Just as these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he was slightly stunned because of this, the system notification sounded again in an extremely unusual manner. Ding! Host, please confirm. Do you want to refine it? Or devour? What was going on? This time, Yi Xian was completely suspicious. This was clearly not normal. He was just stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. At most, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. There was no need to be so anxious, right? A ravenous wolf that had just come down from the mountains after starving for 10 days was nothing more than this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately responded. His attitude was very clear. He would neither refine nor devour. Chapter 27:31. Weeping Soul Beast. Soon, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito passed through a layer of gray-black atmosphere and entered the interior of Black Mountain Star. What appeared before them was a world with a black color. Whether it was the sea or the land, everything was black. Even the plants on this star were basically the same. Yi Xian immediately understood the origin of this star's name, Black Mountain Star, because at a glance, all he could see were continuous black mountains. The entire Black Mountain Star's land was basically not too vast and flat. In addition, everything on Black Mountain Star was not much different from the planets inhabited by the human race. There were also many cities, and the buildings and roads in the cities were similar. In addition, the demon dwellers that could be seen were completely no different from humans. Even their clothing was not much different. If it wasn't for the strong and strange aura emitting from the black-themed environment, Yi Xian would have suspected that he'd returned to the third universe and entered an administrative planet of the human race. The entire Black Mountain Star was extremely vast, but because most of the areas were undulating mountains, it was not suitable to build a city as a place to live. Therefore, there were not many cities on Black Mountain Star, only a dozen or so. However, there were only 300,000 to 400,000 demon dwellers on the entire Black Mountain Star. A dozen or so cities were obviously enough to accommodate them. Moreover, it seemed a little cold and cheerless. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito chose to go to Black Mountain City, which was located in the center of the continent. Black Mountain City was not only the largest among the dozen or so demon dweller cities, but also the largest area. It was the main city of Black Mountain Star. The leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Xiong Haizi, and the more than 10,000 demon dweller scouts under his command, who were equivalent to human soldiers, were all in Black Mountain City. Yi Xian obtained this information through his personal star communication system from the star network of Black Mountain Star. With the level of that immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment, there was no way the other party could detect him invading this kind of cosmic network that used a low-level black sky super brain as its intelligence center. At this moment, while Li Mosquito was flying to Black Mountain City, Yi Xian once again issued a conditional search command to the communication system. This time, he wanted to know the details of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet Saint. Less than half a minute after the command was given, the search of the communication system was completed. A large amount of data poured into Yi Xian's mind, allowing him to learn all the details in an instant. The trial period for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun was 3 months and 10 days, which was exactly 100 days later. However, since it would take some time to get to the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet, the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wigiliai, had set a deadline of 3 months for the 10 Demon Emperor planets. Within 3 months, the 10 Demon Emperor planets had to send their chosen trial takers to the Black Mosquito planet. Being late means forfeiting. The final candidate who would represent the Black Mountain planet to the Black Mosquito tribe and then rush to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Holy Sun trial would be determined in 30 days. However, the intense competition for this trial spot had already begun a month ago. Moreover, according to the data obtained by the communication system, a month ago, the number of devil cultivator rankers that entered the Weeping Soul Cave in a grandiose manner to compete for a spot was actually over 10,000. The Weeping Soul Cave was a vast natural cave that was thousands of meters below the surface of the Black Mountain planet. Its size was impossible to determine, and its entrance was located in the northern wilderness region of the Black Mountain planet continent. The reason why the Black Mountain planet had set this place as the place to compete for the trial quota was because there were a large number of weeping soul beasts wandering in this vast cave. Weeping soul beasts did not have flesh and blood, but were incorporeal creatures similar to spirits. This kind of existence could only be captured with spiritual power. A month later, among all the competitors who entered the Weeping Soul Cave, the person who captured the most Weeping Soul beasts would be the holder of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet's Holy Sun trial. There was a reason why the Black Mountain planet's leader, Xiong Haizi, chose to use the method of capturing Weeping Soul beasts to determine the final trial participant. In order to successfully pass the trial and become the Holy Son of the Demon Emperor tribe, one of the prerequisites was to have a certain level of spiritual power talent. Otherwise, it would be useless even if one went to the Demon Emperor planet and was destined to fail. We seem to be late. I don't know if we can still enter the Weeping Soul Cave. After browsing all the information, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. His feet suddenly sped up, and soon landed in the Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito. They immediately rushed to the Black Mountain City's administrative center. Entering the Weeping Soul Cave was simple. The entrance to the cave was in the northern wastelands of the continent, and anyone could go there. However, if one wanted to participate in the trial quota competition this time, one must first register at the Black Mountain City's administrative center, and at the same time, obtain a space magic treasure used to store Weeping Soul beasts. This kind of space magic treasure was all made in a rush. After the applicant refined it, he could only stuff Weeping Soul beasts in it, but he could not take them out from it. In this way, there was no need to worry about the competitors in the cave using the method of killing and robbing to accumulate a large number of Weeping Soul beasts, because it was useless to rob them. In the end, it was impossible to bring a lot of space magic treasures to hand in the task, right? Feeling a little nervous, Yi Xian quickly entered the Black Mountain City's administrative center with Li Mosquito. After finding the processing window and asking, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Although he was late by a month, if he wanted to participate in the trial quota competition, not to mention now, he could even register one day before the deadline. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to register me. Although I'm a little late, at least there's still a month's time. With a faint smile, Yi Xian immediately requested to register. At the same time, he casually gave himself a name. Oh, right, I'm Zhang Wuji. The demon race did not have a household registration system like the 10,000 Luo Federation citizenship, because they did not need to use such a thing to determine their identity. To prevent spies from sneaking in, the demon race's unique mental power was the best distinguishing feature. The staff at the Black Mountain City's administrative center quickly completed the necessary registration procedures. In fact, it was just a simple form to register. Then, he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized pagoda-shaped magic treasure from a small cabinet, and motioned for Yi Xian to leave a mental imprint on it. This was obviously one of the methods to prevent people from cheating. Yi Xian immediately activated the mental power source core in his sea of knowledge, shooting out a mental imprint and branding it on the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure. Then, the magic treasure was handed over to Yi Xian to use. With this pagoda-shaped magic treasure in hand, he had the qualifications to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to participate in the trial qualification competition. Considering that he was a whole month late compared to the other demon powerhouses, Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately left Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito and went straight to the northern wastelands of the Black Mountain Star Continent. Chapter 2732. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A pleasant surprise. Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito Master and servant only used less than 2 hours to enter the northern wastelands and rush to the entrance of the Crying Soul cave that led to the vast underground world. The entrance was located between two giant peaks in the northern wilderness. It was actually just a huge abyss with a radius of a few kilometers. It was pitch black down there and nothing could be seen. No one knew how deep it was. The demon race's holy sun did not have any cultivation realm restrictions. Even the supreme beings of the black hole realm could participate in the holy sun trial. Therefore, among the more than 10,000 demon race experts in the cave below them, there were bound to be quite a few of them with profound cultivation realms. Even if there were no black hole realm experts, there were definitely many planet realm and even star realm experts. Therefore, Yi Xian did not intend to enter alone and decided to let Li Mosquito accompany him. It was not that he was not confident in his strength, but the key was that he was determined to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. Therefore, he could not reveal his identity. In this way, when he encountered danger, many of his methods could not be used at all and would be restricted. He could only bring Li Mosquito with him. At this moment, as the two of them rapidly descended, their vision became darker and darker. When they reached a depth of about 300 meters, their surroundings were pitch black and they could not even see their own fingers. Fortunately, they could still use their spiritual power to replace their eyes to identify the way. After a short while, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, who had descended about 1,300 meters, finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The entrance to the Weeping Soul Cave was located on the wall of the abyss right in front of them. It was a cave with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. It was also pitch black inside and there seemed to be some faint, sharp and strange cries faintly coming from it. Yi Xian immediately rushed into the cave and moved forward quickly. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. In the end, they could not even see the walls of the cave on both sides. It was as if they were in a vast underground city. At the same time, the sharp cries that could only be faintly heard before became clearer and clearer as Yi Xian and Li Wuo went deeper into the cave. They were densely packed and continuously transmitted over from all directions. These cries are from those weeping soul beasts, right? Judging from the commotion, there are indeed a lot of them. Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and asked, "Have you ever come into contact with this kind of thing before?" "I've never even heard of it, let alone come into contact with it." After casually replying, Li Mosquito seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately explained, "Although we are all in the same demon domain, all the high-level demon beasts in the demon beast star that have developed intelligence cannot have any contact with the demon beasts. This is because in the eyes of the demon beasts, all the demon beasts in the demon beast star are just prey to be hunted. In fact, this is indeed what they do. After so many years of accumulated hatred, it has reached an irreconcilable point." Screech. Before Li Mosquito could finish speaking, an extremely sharp howl suddenly sounded out without any warning. Moreover, the distance was very close, only a few thousand meters, to the right and front. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately looked towards the direction of the sound. Although the surroundings were still pitch black, because they had gradually adapted, even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see things. Coupled with the assistance of the spiritual energy identification, at this moment, the weeping soul beast that was pouncing towards them at an extremely fast speed from a few thousand meters away was instantly seen clearly by Yi Xian and Li Mosquito. This weeping soul beast was indeed not a life form of flesh and blood. Its entire body was completely translucent, like a ghost. At this moment, it was moving at an extremely fast speed with a violent howl. It was completely floating in the air, extremely strange. However, in terms of appearance, this beast was 90% similar to an ordinary monkey. The only difference was that it had a black horn that was about half a foot long on its head. Its eyes were completely red, and they were bursting with a bloody light that was filled with a murderous intent. It seems that its temper is a bit violent. it didn't even have a single word of disagreement. It directly pounced on us from a few thousand meters away. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and as he spoke, his figure flashed and moved forward. The spirit source core in his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly rotate, releasing a powerful spirit source core that was like a large net that quickly flew out. Screech! In the next moment, the weeping soul beast that was flying over at an extremely fast speed once again let out a shrill howl that resounded endlessly. Its body had already been completely wrapped up by the invisible net that was falling down from above. As it screamed, it continued to struggle, but to no avail. Ding! Discovered a spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? When Yi Xian activated his spirit source core and quickly pulled the trapped weeping soul beast in front of him, preparing to study it for a while before directly storing it into the pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure. At this moment, the notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned. This fierce monkey with a long horn on its head actually had a spirit source like the brain of a demon. As this thought rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was stunned for a moment, was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that a meat pie had fallen from the sky? How could he actually encounter such a thing? Before this, among all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had come into contact with, only the brain of a demon contained a spirit source. Even the demonic black crystal, which was used by demons to increase the level of their spirit source, did not contain a spirit source. Instead, it was a special kind of energy that stimulated a demon's spirit source core, causing it to vibrate and increase, thereby achieving the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit source core. To put it bluntly, it was actually a kind of stimulant for spirit source core. In addition to the demonic black crystal, Yi Xian had also tested the massive amount of resources that he had obtained from the third story of the Black Mosquito ship. All kinds of rare and strange resources and minerals were thrown to the devouring system, but in the end, the system did not respond at all. This result almost made him give up hope. He thought that the only way to obtain a spirit source was to hunt demons and cut open their brains to obtain their cores. He did not expect that he would unintentionally make a new discovery today. After all, the brain of a demon was not a resource that could be obtained as much as one wanted. It was simply unrealistic to hunt a large number of them over a long period of time. However, this weeping soul beast was different. Not only could it be hunted wantonly, the key was that there was a large number of them. The entire Weeping Soul Cave was filled with these beasts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Even the population of the entire demon race was less than a fraction of these beasts. In the future, as the level of Yi Xian's spirit source continued to increase, the amount of spirit source he would need would also increase. It was precisely because of this that when the search for a replacement for the brain of a demon ended in failure, this had become a hidden worry in his heart. Now, with the appearance of the weeping soul beast, there was finally hope for a complete solution to this problem. This made him extremely excited. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, absorb at full force immediately. Screech. Chapter 2733. Little Black Horn, Screech. Screech, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy continued to shriek in a shrill voice. At the same time, the incomparably familiar energy in Yi Xian's mind continued to flow into the spiritual origin core that was suspended in the air above his consciousness. Previously, Yi Xian had extracted the spiritual origin from the system by dissecting a large number of demonkin brains. Because the amount of spiritual origin that entered his mind in such a short period of time was too great, the impact on his consciousness was too great. As a result, the process was extremely painful. But now, even though the spiritual origin aura from the illusory body of the weeping soul beast was exactly the same and equally pure, it was slowly trickling into Yi Xian's consciousness. Not only was there no pain, there was even a warm and comfortable feeling, as if his consciousness was enjoying some sort of meticulous nourishment. The former was a large and broad knife that had immediate effects. It was like a great tonic that had strong medicinal effects, but it couldn't be used for long periods of time. Otherwise, it would leave behind some undesirable side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was warm and gentle, like a bowl of light millet after a serious illness. Even though it didn't cure hunger, it could use a small fire to slowly nourish one's consciousness, soothing away some of the minor side effects and nipping them in the bud. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He had to capture a few more weeping soul beasts for future use. In the future, these two methods of absorbing spiritual origin could be used together. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this time, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy had completely disappeared. All that was left was a small black horn the size of a thumb, still wrapped in Yi Xian's spiritual energy and suspended in the air. The beast's body was originally a form of energy. After it was absorbed by Yi Xian, it was impossible for any flesh or blood to be left behind. What was strange was that the half-a-foot-long black horn on its head was clearly an illusory energy state, but the small black horn that remained was clearly a miniature version of the half-a-foot-long horn on the weeping soul beast's head. Furthermore, it had actually transformed from an illusory energy state into a physical object. Yi Xian immediately activated his psychic power and took the small black horn into his hand. He felt its weight in his hand. Its weight and density were clearly not light, but he could not tell what material it was made of. It was neither gold nor stone, nor bone nor keratin. It was very strange. Although Yi Xian did not understand the purpose of this little black horn, or even how it was formed, he had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of use to him in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the little horn into his undying world. Then, he and Li Mosquito continued to search for other weeping soul beasts. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. Although this weeping soul beast was a good thing, it had only taken him 4 to 5 minutes to collect one. Furthermore, in the first minute or so, this beast had been howling mournfully continuously. Its movements could not be said to be small. Considering these circumstances, if Yi Xian wanted to catch a bento to collect in this weeping soul cave, it was obviously not a good time to show himself. Time was too short, and he would not be able to collect much in a month. That was fine, but more importantly, it was very likely that it would attract quite a bit of trouble. After all, there were quite a number of demon experts in this weeping soul cave, more than 10,000 of them. If someone heard the weeping soul beast's howl and rushed over, Yi Xian could directly use his psychic power to envelop this strange beast and absorb its body as his psychic source. The secret would be exposed on the spot, and the news would spread very quickly. If that was the case, it seemed that he could only try his best to catch a few and bring them out of this place, leaving them for future collection. However, he did not know if this strange beast could be stored in a spatial treasure or the undying world within his body. If not, wouldn't he have to stuff it into the small tower-shaped treasure specially made by Black Mountain Star? The key was that once it was stuffed in, it could not be taken out. Yi Xian did not have the authority to do so. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a little apprehensive. He could not wait to catch a weeping soul beast and test it out before he was satisfied. However, although the mournful howls of the weeping soul beast could be heard from afar, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito could only hear the howls and not see them. This made him very depressed. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, another weeping soul beast appeared not far from the right side. Yi Xian's spirit was aroused. This time, there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. He impatiently went up to them and quickly caught them. First, he tried to throw it into the undying world within his body, but the result was a failure. He could not store it. The weeping soul beast's existence was very unique, so it was impossible to determine its level of strength. However, since it could not be stored in the undying world, it should be at least a little bit stronger than Yi Xian's star core realm. The reason why it was so easy to capture it was probably because his mental power was coincidentally the bane of this beast. However, although this beast could not be stored in the body directly, it was still possible to store it in the space fortress and then store it in the undying world. However, the size of the black wind and the black mosquito were simply too large, so it was obvious that they couldn't be placed in this crypt. Although Yi Xian had already refined it into a magic treasure, it was indirectly done through refining the superbrain. Therefore, he was unable to control the shape and size of the two space fortresses.